What's up, YouTube? So I'm about to go live on TikTok, so give me just a minute. I'll get that set up as I do. Let's see here. What shall I title this on TikTok? Actually, Get Friday, because that's what it is. It is Fuck It Friday. All right, here we go. Fuck It Friday is going live in 3, 2. Let's get it. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are just getting started, so hop in there. Hop in, start tapping, do all the things you know how to do. Y'all know how we do this. Let me turn my shit down. I got to search for myself and share myself out. And if you jump in, go ahead and share the live out as well. That's the best way to get it out there at this point. Certainly being suppressed, so if you send it to somebody's inbox, they're more likely to get it. Sadly, I learned this morning that Maverick the Siren's account has been bananaed, and she had told me before that she would not be coming back to TikTok if they took that account. That was her main account. She's just done with it. I'm going to try to reach out to her later and see what's what, but yeah, it kind of sucks. What's up, guys? What's up, y'all? Welcome in. It's Fuck It Friday. I just started the live, so just come in. I'm still about to share this out, so bear with me for just a minute. We'll get started here soon. There's a lot of things to cover really today, but it's Fuck It Friday, so we'll I'm sure we're gonna have 20,000 different topics that we're gonna be talking about today, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Aaron, I'll send you one. How about you get one and you get one? I'm just going to send everybody one. We are live. Loads of topics. Crazy shit, y'all. Crazy shit. All right. I am a little early. Normally I don't go till 9. I was actually trying to get on 8:30, but I went down this fucking rabbit hole with these scientists. The U.S. scientists just up and being unalived or going missing and shit. Like, what? Crazy. Jesse, welcome in. I just saw you come in. Now, I shared it out. If you guys would share it out to your people as well, especially if you know any MAGA, at this point, MAGA's like dodo bird style. A lot of them they are looking at Donald Trump even like, what the fuck is this dude's problem? So if you know any conservatives, send them up here. All right, let me get my alt up here so that I can walk away and still chat. Here we go. All right, now we are basically all set up. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Chip? Hey, good to see you, man. You may want to jump up here. Since you're here, I know you're interested in Middle East topics and stuff, so I guess I can start off with the bridges. Have you guys seen the Iran apparently, after we'd attacked one of their bridges, just to fuck with them, just to, not really militarily strategic, just to make their lives fucking miserable. That's the only reason why we're doing any of that stuff, really, but they come out and here's their response. They've got a list of their own targets. So Iran just released a target list of 8 bridges across 4 countries. And here's a map of them. Now, this is going to affect Abu Dhabi. It's going to affect a lot of nations, especially the United States. We'll be in the find out stage at some point. And, of course, the countries have only one, the countries that are directly affected aside from the United States, they're going to have one option, and that is to get the United States to stop. Right? Every time Donald Trump shits his diaper and throws a bomb somewhere, they get fucked up. It's very costly to be supporting the United States. And the fact that they, one of the comments underneath this post was told in response, Iran's still hitting countries without an arm like a pussy. without an army like a pussy. Why don't you hit the country that hit you? Nah, you're too scared. Like, the fact that they can't hit us is proof enough that we should never went over there in the first goddamn place. They can't attack us. They're of no, like, they've never been a problem for the United States. Of course, I mean, we all know it's not about the United States, but Donald Trump is sure a good lapdog for old BB. Anyway, let me roll through this list again. I'm going to just go through them all. So, bridge in the King Fahd Causeway is the only road between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. U.S. Fifth Fleet logistics depend on this bridge, apparently. Sheikh Zayed Bridge is targeted. 3 links there, so all links will be removed, preventing anybody from being able to go from one place to the other, to the island. King Hussein Bridge, Jordan's primary West Bank crossing, is going to be gone. Damia Bridge, gone. Amman's central traffic artery. Now, I'm not so familiar with these bridges, but, again, fuck around and find out. You start lobbing shit at people, this is what happens. Now, a lot of people are thinking, like, why are we going to the moon, right? We spent over $100 billion to send rocket, these astronauts. Now they're going around the moon, and, next year, the year after, they're supposedly going to land on the moon, which, is kind of weird. We did it before and then just stopped doing it. And now it's costing $100 billion to do something we've already done. Make that one make sense, but, whatever. Anyway, a lot of people are like curious about this, and it really coincides with this alien dump that's about to take place this month, maybe next month. People are saying that it'll be this month. And I don't know if the nuclear scientist issue that I'm about to touch on, I don't know if it has anything to do with it or not, but, weird things are going on. So a lot of people are wondering why we're doing that. And alien false flag. This is something that people have talked about before. Of course, I'm offering this to you as a conspiracy theory. It is what it is. That either through projection or just video, whatever, will be under attack. Something to, distract, while simultaneously they dump all of this alien stuff, like alien.gov is coming out. They're supposedly already had put the, bought up the domain for that, alien.gov, whatever. And simultaneous to this, this shit's happening. I'm going to play this video. Now, it's Fox News, so, take that for what it is, but let me play this, because I wasn't even aware. Like, this was news to me. I hadn't even, heard anything about it. But just take a listen. This is interesting.
Tension. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech. He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William McCaslin, a retired Air Force general. He, too, is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance programs. He's been missing since February. And reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She has been missing since last summer. She worked at Los Alamos National Lab. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier that she went missing, so too did Anthony Chavez, also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer. He disappeared during a walk. No signs, No answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory. So, could they be connected? Or is this something else entirely?
I mean, and then so this is happening, you know, as we're building up to this fucking launch into space, as we're attacking Iran and nuclear shit. I even saw a post where they claimed that they had hit a weapons depot or ammo depot or whatever, and it was actually a nuclear facility that they'd been working on 24/7. That's the new claim. So, like, I don't know what that means, but all of these converging things that are happening, you know, it should at least make you raise your eyebrow a little bit, maybe. Maybe I'm the crazy one, but, you know, because they are going to release alien stuff. Trump has said that. They've already got the websites ready to go. So, what to make of that, I don't know. But it's interesting enough for Fuck It Friday. Yeah, Popcorn, what's up? God, dog, you got some background noise, man. What?
Oh, what's up?
What is your initial thought on? You know, it's okay to be conspiratorial a bit, but what's your initial thought there on the scientists? Converging at the same, at the same time. It's weird, right?
Yeah, I love this topic. There was a congressman, and for the life of me, I should know his name, but I can't remember his name. But he sits on one of these boards, and he was on Newsmax in the last week or so, and he was saying that he's received briefings that he can't get into, but he's received briefings that'll keep you up at night. And these are not just beings from a distant planet. These are interdimensional beings or forces of some kind that has made contact. And that's what I think all this is.
Now, there is, I think, and Hawk, welcome aboard, man. I really appreciate it. I don't think you've been up on the show before. So, but let me just say, like, there's been a theory for some time now that a false flag will come and they will use this, and that they've been kind of trickling it on us. Obviously, can't prove that, just total speculation on my part, but that is certainly possible. I mean, that's something that they would do. Hawk, since you're here, what's your read on this scientist thing converging with the alien dumps and the meteors? What do you think?
Well, I think you're a great host. I think you got a great show, and I wanted to come up here and just very quickly send my love to Liberal Loudmouth, everyone. What a great guy! What a great show!
Appreciate
it's great to be here, honestly. And I think I love the way you run your setting. I mean, as for the MAGA mania that's going on in America at the moment, and I'm sorry to sort of bypass what you asked, but I mean, we are seeing at the moment the No Kings protest march on the 28th, which took place in the United States, and over 8 million people protested. It was the largest single day protest in the United States of America. And all of them, namely enough, were saying they don't want this war between the United States and Iraq. So it just leads me to believe that it's one of those crazy things that you keep hearing, liberal, that for some reason there are these radical type human beings that somehow think that the vast majority of the United States wants a war with Iran. But in my opinion, I think it's preposterous to think so, given that the numbers are outweighing that any day of the week. And now it looks like Trump is bailing out because he's saying the war will end in 2 weeks. Now, whether or not that means that's an exit strategy, I don't know. But in saying that, Liberal, I think as for the scientist, I think the alien and so, nothing surprises me.
Right. I
Honestly,
think we're to that point, aren't we?
Team, yeah, nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, I think sooner or later they'll come up with some. I mean, we don't want to do it about the Epstein class because that's another class altogether. But really, nothing surprises me.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. And to your point about MAGA and the war, like one of the biggest things that I saw from people that they would, MAGA specifically, that they leaned on was that he was a, quote, peace president. This was repeated over and over and over again by his base during the campaign. And in fact, it's interesting you brought that up because let me pull this up real quick. This is Donald Trump in 2024. And he actually had this damn video up on a website. Let me play it real quick. And then I'm going to contrast that with what he's saying now. There we go.
Under no circumstances should Republicans vote to cut a single penny from Medicare or Social Security.
And that, I mean, the video was maybe 3 minutes long, right? But give me, like, he said it over and over again. Like, the video itself was no cuts to any of that stuff. But then listen to what he said just the other day. Let me play this. It's a little bit of a longer clip, but
Don't send any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be
hold on, this shit's like way down. Here we go.
up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them, Russell, and you have to do it. Don't send any money for daycare.
So he wants to now cut the federal stuff, and this is on the heels of this. Listen to what this motherfucker said during the State of the Union.
So working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement, and under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will.
He pointed to Democrats.
Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
He's just a motherfucking liar. Just straight up, flat out, doesn't give a shit liar.
Well, I think he totally forgets that people are actually recording him when he speaks. I mean, this is the delusional Donald Trump that we're always seeing. I mean, does he not think that there are people out there actually recording what he says? I mean, look at this. You and me could be sitting in our bedroom somewhere or on our lounge room just taking clips, as you have so successfully, and bring them to the equation. I mean, what is Donald Trump thinking? That there are no one out there, or there is nobody out there, in fact. Does he think that no one's recording this stuff? I mean, if you look at the shift in goalposts in the last 30 days on some of the commentary that he's given, I mean, it's absolutely crazy liberal. One thing, he'll say the sky's blue, then he'll say it's pink, and then he'll say it's yellow, and all of a sudden, where we're led to believe now, that he's now saying that he doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz simply because he knows he couldn't open it back up again, and he's failed horribly. In my opinion, he hasn't achieved any of his objectives, and I know that Justice will try to bring a bit of preposterous discussion on that because we had it on my show a little while ago. But Liberal, with that being said, I just wanted to come up here to say and applaud you, mate. You're doing a great job, and thank you so
Appreciate
much for having
man.
me, by the way.
Yeah, no, thanks for being up. It's a pleasure. I enjoy coming on your panel. So when you requested up, I was like, ooh, we'll bring him up. Great host as well. If you guys don't follow Hawk, please do. He runs a great panel. What time do you normally go live? Because I think your and my show overlap a little bit.
Yeah, that's right, Liberal. So it's about 2 hours from now. Maybe we can 2 hours before you start, approximately. Maybe we can co-host sometime and rock the boat a little bit. I know you run a big boat there. You've got the big Navy ship, mate. So I'm still probably behind you in the smaller yacht, but I'm sure we can rock the boat together sometime.
Well, they're coming after me hard, so I don't want to taint your stuff with the radioactivity that goes on around me. So you might protect yourself.
All right.
Yeah. No, that's some people don't come up here because they know they'll get a lot of blowback from other people. So I just,
Yeah.
it's kind of shitty, but.
Easter. You're a great guy. This is probably the first time I've been on your show, but I think you're a great guy. Have a great Easter. Stay happy, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you.
Roger
you
that.
take it easy, man. See ya. Now we got Z Justice and Francis. I think you both came in at the same time. What say y'all about that or the alien stuff? Whatever you'd like.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily agree with your interpretation of Trump. I mean, I respect your opinion, but if you carefully listen, Donald Trump sometimes doesn't fully explain himself to the degree what he truly means. So you could still, for example, have cuts to the Medicare without cutting the benefits of Medicare. You could force the system based on, progressive and capitalistic views, conservative views, so to say, to make the system adjustments so it'll be more efficient, force the system for less pay, and in fact create a idea where the states have to increase their participation in programs not only Medicaid, but although Medicare was predominantly federal, but it should be some sort of a state participation to take care of their own state members. Federal government should be responsible for borders. I agree with him. And I don't think that portraying him as someone who forsakes medical system in the United States is not accurate. Neither it is evidential, neither it is true. It's conspiratorial at best, and blood libel at worst.
So when he says during the campaign trail and during the State of the Union that he won't cut Social Security, Medicare, and it points at Democrats and says that they won't protect it, and then turns around and says that he wants to cut those exact things, your response is, yeah, but states. Am I understanding you right?
When he says cut, you hear take away and not replace. When he says cut, he
Correct.
means
that
federal
is what
less,
he means.
states
That
more.
is what it means. Yeah, that is what it means.
But how do you know what
cut
he means?
from the federal government and you leave it up to a state that maybe can't afford it and they don't replace it, you just cut it. Didn't you?
Hey, I just have to intervene here.
Not
I'm in
how
Australia,
that
right?
works.
I'm in Australia, right? I had a hip operation recently, hip replacement operation. It cost me nothing. Can I ask both of you, how much would it cost you?
A lot.
It depends on
Would
your
it
benefits.
bankrupt
and-
you?
Not really, no. Depends who
Do
yeah.
you
you have
ask.
insurance?
It's probably 30,000
insurance?
plus.
Cost me nothing.
Does it should
I have
cost you
a-
nothing? Should it cost you nothing?
It did cost me nothing, and of course it should cost me nothing. If you want to have a healthy community, if you want to have a healthy country, then health support is extremely important. I have a Leiden V factor gene mutation, which means my blood clots more regularly than most people, 25% of the population. In America, the medication that I need to make sure that I don't have a problem with blood clotting would cost me more than $200 per packet. Do you know how much it cost me here? $7.20.
I love how you guys say like $7.20, where we'd say like $7.20 or
Yeah.
$7.20.
That is the fact. It would cost me more than $200 to have a packet of 20 fucking tablets to last me less than a month. But I get it for $7.20. Now,
But
can
is it a
you
good
tell
thing?
me that your health system, yeah, it is a fucking good thing because I'd be dead otherwise.
Mm.
I've already had 2 blood clots in my lungs. Of course it's fucking a good thing.
Yeah,
If I
so
didn't have that
Justice,
support, I'd be dead.
It makes
Do you think
there's
that
so little
people-
sense.
do you think that people just can't afford it, should just die?
Absolutely not. People can afford it, and that is not true. There is subsidies, there's programs in place, and in fact, the resources are finite.
What
So
subsidies and what
Bullshit.
programs?
no, there are programs. For example, in a hospitals, I'll give you how it works. For example, in some liberal states, the most blue states that out there could be a full
Are you from
blueprint.
America?
Yes, American citizen, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Were you born here?
No, I was not.
Okay.
So I had the privilege to see both models, how it works in UK, for example, where the NHS system gives you everything. And I had the privilege to see how it's done in US. There's a reason why United States medicine is a top-notch medicine in the world, because the Darwinism and evolution
Bullshit.
will not, it is though, it is.
It isn't.
It depends which hospital you
Bullshit.
go. If you go to the,
Bullshit.
where are the best hospitals in the world located? Give me the names of the best hospitals in the world today.
I
It's
mean, I
not a
couldn't
matter
say
of
off
the
the
best
top of my
hospitals.
head.
It's a matter of affording them.
Well, no, hold on a second. Just because you believe that healthcare should be universally acceptable and
It should be.
applicable to everybody, then it's a difference in opinions, right? So
Well, you just said
right,
that you shouldn't die if you can't afford it.
you should
And
never
yet
die.
people, should you go bankrupt?
You should not get bankrupt. No, there are programs
Okay,
to help you.
then you don't agree with the U.S. healthcare system, sir.
I am part of U.S. healthcare system. I don't know
You
what are you
don't
talking
agree
about.
with it. You're trying to simp for it while you disagree with it.
No, hold on a second. I am a part of United Healthcare System. I know it from inside and out because I work in it as a part of it, and I can tell you, I have yet
I've
seen a
worked in it
patient.
too.
I have not yet seen a patient that could not afford for factor V latent mutation, a warfarin or medication like Digatroban that is using for
Well, you're
unemployed
looking
mutations.
at one right now,
Where?
Justice.
Where is it? Show me one.
Justice, you're looking at one right now. I can't afford it.
You cannot afford life-saving medications in the United
That's
States of
correct.
America. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, it
Absolutely
isn't a lie.
Yeah.
Don't sit there and call me a liar. I
What?
don't have health care, and I can't afford to go and get health care. There are no subsidies. There are no programs. If I have an emergency, I go to the emergency room. I still get billed. And then they will garnish my wages, what little they are. That's the way the United States healthcare works. And you sitting up here acting as if it's something different because you work in it makes you a liar, sir.
Okay, are you trying to
And-
claim that there are no
and
programs?
on top-
Hold on, I
I'm
want to
going to
respond to
interrupt.
its plan.
I am going to
No,
interrupt
you interrupted
here.
me.
No,
You're
No,
not
I'm
American,
going to
bro.
interrupt.
Why are you even
He
I
here?
don't give a
He
fuck.
can
Go
respond.
back to Australia.
He can
Can we
respond.
respond here, and then you can talk about the Australia
Yeah, but
Bondi
I have
Beach.
something really important to say here.
Yeah, no,
right?
hold on. I want to respond to you for a second.
Liberal is
Oh my
talking
God.
about warfarin, right? Warfarin is really unstable form of medication for latent V factor gene mutation.
He was talking about life-saving.
Xarelto.
Uh-huh.
I can get Xarelto, which is a much more stable medication for
Yes.
$7.20. $7.20.
That's excellent. Someone has to pay for it.
200. No, it is
Yeah.
a government supported, tax supported system.
And who's going to pay the government? Are you going to pay that government?
The people.
Who?
Yeah,
They
we pay
pay
taxes for
less
that.
per capita than we do.
Please, that's nonsense. Okay, that's absolute nonsense. That you need
No,
to
it
work. The
isn't.
people
No,
need
it's
to
not.
work and
It's a
produce.
reality.
Right. So the bottom line is that even if you have no money, you can come in, get the medication you need, all the medication you need, and survive and live a nice life. All you need to do is access
That
healthcare,
is
which
not
you have.
true.
Yes.
You are literally
in
lying,
Australia,
Bobby.
you can.
I don't know. I'm not
You
aware
can't
about
get
this.
that here.
Which state are you at? So which state are you? No, don't tell me where you're from. Just tell me which state you're claiming there are no programs. Let's go factually.
I'm in
Which state?
Mississippi. You tell me what program allows me to go to a doctor, get a diagnosis, get treatment, and get medication all paid for free. Please tell me. Yeah, I'd love to know. Because we make too much money. We don't qualify for example, Medicare or a state-funded program. But we can't afford health care.
So
Correct, David.
you're claiming that you make too much money, yet you cannot afford medical bills. I mean, this is what you just
That
said.
is correct.
So you make too much money to have an access to Medicaid. So who has an access to Medicaid?
That is
according to
correct, Justice. That's
That's
what
crazy.
I just said.
That is nuts. That is literally nuts.
You
How
heard
can you
exactly what I said, and then
Uh-huh.
you repeated it. It's true.
be? Yeah. So
Yeah,
you're
what?
not that poor then, right? If you lost access to Medicaid, obviously.
If I were to pay for health care, I would be poor.
I see. So maybe
Do you
yeah that
see? Do you understand that? That you can have money to feed your family, to put a roof
right.
over your head, but not have enough money to pay your medical bills. You get that? That's America.
Yeah, that's not the way it is in the state where I am, but I don't know how it is in Mississippi.
What
Maybe
state
you
are
should
you in?
move. I'm in New Jersey. Maybe you should move to New
Yeah,
Jersey then.
right.
So don't complain about America. Complain about Mississippi. How about that?
No, America.
No,
It's
it's a
America.
state run. Here New Jersey is America. We have a pretty good healthcare system,
New
bro.
Jersey is New Jersey. It's a part of
Okay.
America.
So here you go. So you have states. So Trump is right. It's states related. So Mississippi abandoned you.
States could
Yep.
do that.
Excuse me. You have states who have fantastic support.
Yes, like California, for example,
Why you not there
they
then? Here you
probably
go.
could afford. Oh yeah, let me just pack up and move to California and find me a trailer house for $300,000.
You
Yeah,
do
let me do that.
understand this is a federation, right? You do understand we have 51 states, and each one of those states have the legitimacy
Yes,
to do what
I
they
was
want.
born here, Justice.
So then why are you claiming for a second that this is the responsibility of a government to fix the
Because
fuck-ups
it
of a state?
is. It's
No,
written
it's
in the
not.
goddamn Constitution,
To do-
Justice,
To pay for
to
your
promote
medication.
the general welfare. You ever heard that? When you
Yeah.
were taking your citizenship test, surely you heard that.
So what? The states have
So
responsibilities
what?
too. That's the liberals
The
versus
federal government
Democrats.
has a responsibility
No, states
because
have
this is an
responsibility.
interstate issue. It is an interstate issue, buddy. The federal government has scope and purview over that.
The
Not
American
states.
taxpayer should not be paying for fuck-ups of Mississippi. That's wrong. That is absolutely wrong.
Mississippi is poor because of its geography and lack of anything. So you're
Then
saying
reinvent
that if
yourself.
you're a poor state
So
and
I'm
you don't
going to
have access
interrupt
to
here.
oil or AI or Silicon Valley or access to the largest financial fucking market in the world, which is New York, which is right next to fucking Jersey.
hey guys.
No.
Hey, guys.
No. I am the host.
I just want to interrupt you.
I am the host, and you do not interrupt me. And I was talking. That is rude. I'm almost done, and you're welcome to go after that. And see, now I forgot what I was saying. But the fact remains that nobody in this country, the richest fucking country in the world, should go without health care. A basic fucking need for humans. And anybody advocating for anything different is a scuzzbag, a piece of shit. Go ahead. Go ahead, Francis. You are muted, by the way.
Can you explain to me why Mississippi did not expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act that New Jersey did? And you don't think this is responsibility of a state to actually expand it and get
I'm
it
not
approved?
eligible for it.
No,
It
but
wouldn't matter.
But it is a more Affordable Care Act
It
allows
wouldn't
you.
matter. It wouldn't affect me.
Bro, come on now. This is the
Okay,
state
I
that
just
fucked
muted
you.
it, so I
This,
now
have
this
something to
state
say.
failed you. This,
Okay,
come
Francis,
live in my
go
state.
ahead. The government, the U.S. government,
No,
failed
your state government.
everybody.
Your
The
state
U.S.
government.
failed everybody. Francis, go ahead.
So I'm in Australia, okay? I'm 58 years old. I've just had a hip replacement operation. How much do you think it cost me?
Well, you earlier
Any
said
guess?
that it cost you nothing.
It cost me nothing. Right? I have a gene factor 5 mutation, which means my blood clots more regularly than most people. 25% of the population, which means I need to be on blood thinners. Now, if I was in America, I would have to pay more than $200 for a packet of 20 days. I think it's 20 days to stop me from having a blood clot. Guess how much it cost me here in Australia?
$7.20.
That's right. That's right.
Francis, I'm going to bed. Can you stop your shouting?
So you asked me which is the better health system.
No, stop shouting. Shouting.
Who's? Uh-oh. Somebody's in trouble.
Yeah, I am. My man's got to go to sleep. I'm going to go upstairs. But I'm just asking you, which is the better health system there? If I can actually survive and live without having to bankrupt myself for a hip operation or for the medication that I need to keep myself alive, which country is better with their health system? Seriously.
Again, our country runs different. We have different states that allow different benefits. You can relocate to a state
Bullshit.
that will allow you better coverage. Don't
You're shouting.
exactly.
Most people
Bullshit.
cannot
Stop.
relocate to another state.
Of course they can. Then
Is
you
there
have
a
to change your
program?
state.
Listen, Justice, is
Change
there a
your state.
program that'll allow you to move for free?
Yes, you know where? It's called voting. Can you vote, please? Because when
Oh,
Mississippi,
I can vote
yeah,
to get them to pay for people to be able to move to any state for free, yet you are opposed to the federal government providing health care to everybody. What
My
the
man-
fuck is wrong with you, bro?
my man, you absolutely have to look how Mississippi voted. And when they voted on the Affordable Care Plan expansion in Mississippi, they
This
said,
guy is funny.
they literally said, we don't want to expand the Medicare Affordable Care Act because the government reliance would be too much. We're going to have to pay 10% from what is supposed to happen out of the Affordable Care Act. 10% was too much for your state. How fucked up is that? They don't care of you because
It's
your
really
state,
fucked up.
Yep.
This state is shitty.
So don't complain
Except
to the
for
government.
education.
Are you nuts, Justice?
Why
you
should
really
I
nuts?
worry about Mississippi?
Don't be
as
calling
a
names.
state
Don't
of
call
New Jersey?
names. Don't call names.
No, I'm not
You-
calling
you
that.
don't.
I'm
You
not calling
pay.
names.
You. Well, TikTok.
state does the
TikTok
job for
will
my
ban
citizens.
you. TikTok will give you a violation if you do that. If you engage in that kind
so
of
I'm
language.
just going to ask you, Justice, do you really believe what you're saying? Because I'm living here in Australia
Okay.
and I have access to exceptional medical care without paying a single thing.
Again,
I have
so
I have access to medical
Francis, you're going to have to.
medication.
You're going to have to leave the house.
Just
You're
Fra-
shouting. Just
Francis,
close
someone.
your door.
No, I'm not closing the door because you're shouting.
Okay, my God.
I have
That
access
is
to
crazy,
medication
What's
that
going
doesn't
on right
cost
now?
me anything.
Freedom for
And my
Australian
partner
women.
wants to go to sleep.
No, you're
Freedom for
shouting.
Australian women.
We're good. We're really good.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm actually what I'm trying to say to you is that we have access to a medical system that allows us to survive without having to go bankrupt. We can do things like have an abortion or have an operation, and it is supported by our government system. Whether it's a hip operation, whether it's a knee operation, we can do that without having to pay a fucking single cent.
It's beautiful, Francis.
Can you do that? Can you
we
do
have
that?
we have a different model what we can do. That's all I can tell you. We just have a different
the
model.
model that you have makes people bankrupt.
It does.
The model that you
That's a
have
fact.
makes people have to choose between whether being healthy or actually dying. My son is there in
That's
Boston
not
at the
true.
moment.
It is true.
But it is. It
That's
is.
your drastic
My
way of
son is
putting
there in
things.
Boston working
is
for
absolutely
the Children's
true.
Hospital.
Francis.
My son is
Francis,
there working for the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Okay, I'm about to start
It is
yelling at your
fucking true.
husband. Either
real.
You should.
I
You should.
like, bro, shut the fuck up, or Francis, go in the other room. I don't want to hear y'all fighting. I don't give a shit.
that's American man right here. That's alpha right here. For real. She listened to you actually, bro. Oh my God.
Well, no, I was
No, I'm
talking to
just closing
him.
the door in my bedroom.
Okay, okay, that's a solution. Let's do that. I'm sick of hearing that dude come on there and yell at you or whatever. Like, I don't know, go to the
I'm not being
bathroom,
made to stand
get in the
thing
shower.
while you're shouting on a phone. Don't start hitting me.
You're a nuisance. No, be quiet, please.
No, you talk like a normal human being. Stop
Then
shouting.
close the door so
I
you
don't
don't
need to
have
close
to hear
the door.
me.
It's too hot and you know it is.
I'm in Townsville. I'm in Townsville here in Australia. It's like fucking 30 degrees at night, right?
I'm
We're
sorry.
crazy.
Francis.
This is that is hilarious to me, Francis.
Yes.
Just give him something to drink, like, I don't know, a bottle of champagne, something, man. The man is pissed.
He wants to go to bed.
I wish he was pissed.
Isn't it morning there, or is it getting towards the evening?
Yeah, it is. It's actually 12:22 a.m.
Oh my God, Francis, rush
okay.
hour.
Then yeah, man. Okay, I think I can understand a little bit his irritation that. Maybe it's like echoing walls. It's probably reverberating inside of his brain. Anyway,
Fuck, man, you don't know what it's like to be in Townsville at this time of the year.
I'm sorry.
We have a cyclone maybe next week.
Anyways, I'm gonna draw, but like, I mean, listen, liberal. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's a fucked up situation. I wish it would be different. I believe states just need to take ownership. That's my opinion. It's not a federal, federal can help, but states have to do their part for people like you. And if they don't, you need to look for other states. And we have states like that to help you.
If the states
don't tell me
would,
rubbish.
Justice, that's rubbish.
Don't tell me about my government, please. Go back to Australia, for God's sake, woman.
if the states would, then
Yeah,
great.
and we work better than you.
But here's the thing: the federal government has access to a bigger pot of money than every state does, right? And
That's
so
true.
they're
That's
better able to cover everybody. They already have everything in place. There's no sense in breaking it up into 50 different variations thereof, right? It's just kind of silly because then your poor states don't get the same as your wealthy states, and then what? You drive all the population out, and then that makes them poorer. The federal government should equally make sure that all the states are whole. And if we're like, wow, fuck yo, because you couldn't afford it, now your population has declined.
Francis, I want to talk to him. Hold on, he's an American.
Yeah,
we have
hold
an
on.
American debate.
I'm asking a
Francis,
question.
no, Francis, no, please,
no. Don't interrupt me.
No, but
I'm a woman. Don't
you had a
interrupt
drink.
me.
Let's
So,
bring
'cause
it
you're a
down
woman?
because I don't want. I don't
Your
want
husband
the,
will come.
I don't want the dude. That guy needs to get some sleep.
So,
Yeah.
So
Now
I'm
she pulled the
asking
woman
you,
card. I swear to God.
do you know what the public benefit service is? Do you know what the PBS is? Have you heard of it?
Public
It's something
broadcasting
that Australia
system.
has.
No. We arguing here about United States of America versus Australia. That's crazy because Australia is one country, and definition of my country is United States of America.
But
It doesn't
you know
say Australia. It
You
says
know our country's better than yours.
hold on. It makes states. We have our country made of states. We are a republic. We have many, many states, and each state defines how it's being run. That's a part of a constitution too. You cannot
So
reinvent.
does my country.
Really? You have states
does
in
my
Australia?
country.
Do you have states in Australia?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
but you're not called
Absolutely.
United States of Australia. You're called Australia. We're called
It's-
United States of America.
Australia is also a federation, just for the record. It is.
Right, but they're not called that way because the model of operante is absolutely
Like-
different than ours.
That's
it.
just their name. You don't have to have United States in a name in order to be a federation.
You don't, but it implies what the philosophy behind it, right? It does imply the philosophy.
No.
I mean, it's just either way. Look, all other industrialized nations are able to take care of all of their people, except the United States can't figure it out. I mean, come on, we can figure it out. It just takes the willpower.
We should.
In fact, when I pay health insurance, right, I pay more money than I would in the tax increase that would be necessary to pay for everybody to get health care. So it
I
ended
don't
up
pay health
costing us
insurance.
less. No. I'm saying when I pay health insurance, the percentage of the checks that come out is often more than what I would pay in taxes if I didn't have to pay health insurance and would just increase my taxes. I'd rather just do that
So
because then you don't have your fucking stupid copays and your deductibles and in-network and out-of-network and, you can't use this doctor anymore because he's out-of-network. Or you go to a hospital in the United States that's in-network. Yet the fucking doctor that's in the goddamn hospital is actually a third-party contractor with the company that's out of network. So even though you've gone to the hospital, that's in network, you get charged out of network. So it doesn't go to your in-network deductible. It goes to your out-of-network deductible. It's the most gross, egregious, convoluted obfuscation bullshit healthcare system in the entire
And do you know
world.
what?
It's ridiculous.
Do you know what?
But if
My
it would be
son
the
is
case,
actually-
if it would be the case, man, then in that case, your citizens would have voted to be liberals, and you guys don't. Mississippi, if that would be an issue, not your anecdotal experience, everybody would be voting a conservative. But why don't you vote liberal? They vote conservative. If that's the case, they should.
Well, first of all, I'm new to Mississippi. I've only been here for about 3 years.
Here you go, bro. Here you go.
I am from Oklahoma, which is an equally red state. And those are
why
red
did you-
states. Those people, they vote Republican, and it shows in the state. You look at blue states, and they are far superior to red states. And that's just a fucking fact. That's an undeniable, demonstrable fact, because they vote to take care of their people, and Republicans are like, fuck you. You take care of yourself, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And my healthcare program today is hurry up and die if it's time. Because I don't want to leave anybody in medical debt, because they're trying to save me in an emergency room. It's not fun. We live in the richest country. Elon Musk is going to get paid $1 trillion over 10 years.
That's communism,
and
bro.
these motherfuckers can't provide health insurance. Wait, what's communism?
Bro, no. You want to redistribute. You want to redistribute wealth, man. You want to create a socialistic
They
structure out
redistribute
of
wealth.
No,
they
man,
take
this is
our
crazy.
tax dollars and give it to people like Elon Musk. What are you talking about? His entire company, most of his companies wouldn't even have been off the ground had it not been for taxpayers taking our money and handing it to that rich fuck.
But without Elon Musk, there would be nothing. Without that rich fuck, there would be no innovation. There would be zero. This
Bullshit.
guy literally drives. He deserves for everything he does. That's how conservatism
Who's
works.
going around the moon right now? Is it Elon Musk?
But a
Or
lot
is
of
it
people who
NASA?
go around. But even if NASA goes around the moon, it's built on the shoulders of people like Elon Musk.
No, it's built on the shoulders of the people who worked for the government, who we paid to come up with all these technological innovations, who was then that shit was given over to people like Elon Musk, who then their work is a derivation of the work that we already paid for in NASA, and then they get to turn around and claim that they came up with the idea and all of it was because of them and they made it cheaper, this, that, and whatever. Except we're the ones that paid for the foundational innovations that were made through NASA, for example. Elon Musk wouldn't have been able to do that without NASA.
My man, I can tell you that all the innovations, majority, if not vast majority, of United States innovations coming from private sectors. They're not government employees. And pretty much everything awesome that ever came out to light came out from private innovations, because the market pushes people to compete. And through the competition, you create excellency. Places like Norway and all the socialistic states where everything is covered, everyone is doing great, they have no incentive, they're too comfortable, and that is the problem in this model. That's why America is the greatest nation in the world.
That is so much
You see,
rubbish.
this is why Frances
That
sits and
is
drinks
so
and she has
much
nothing else to do in life.
It's actually
And
not
people
true.
work.
That is so
it's actually
much
not
rubbish.
true that innovation comes from the private sector. For example, your
But it is.
medical innovations, that's funded by taxpayers. The electric grid, funded by taxpayers. The fucking the phone lines, taxpayers. The
I'm talking about innovation.
satellites, taxpayers. You're telling me that the electric grid wasn't a fucking taxpayer? The goddamn Pacific Railroad was funded by who, sir? Who paid for that? Taxpayers. All of the colleges that
can I
receive
just
gobs
add-
and gobs of money to create new drugs or to create new innovative techniques or whatever, we fund that.
Can I just add?
No, private entity
Norway.
fund
Can
that.
I just add?
We fund
Sorry,
it.
can I just add? Excuse me.
Look
shut
at
up for a
AI.
minute. Can
Look
I
at
just
AI, for
add?
example.
In
Funded by
Norway,
us.
they tax
Not
the fossil
taxpayers.
fuel industry about 75%. And do you know what they do? They give that back to every individual in Norway as a
Francis, what is your best
It's called
achievement in the past 1 year?
Basic Income.
Francis, what is your
It's
best
called
achievement in the past
Universal
1 year?
Basic Income, where they
Yes,
give
Francis,
back
the socialist.
refunds from money that is taken from fossil fuel industries to every individual in Norway.
And that's why in Norway.
Does that happen in America?
Oh, her husband is back. Yeah, no, it should not happen in America. We're not
Why not?
Norwegians because
Just shouting, Francis.
Close your door if you don't want to hear it.
this guy's an MVP. I swear to God.
Oh, mate.
Anyways, man, I gotta go because I actually have a work to do. But it was nice hanging out, man. Liberal, listen, just move out of this goddamn state, and we'll take care of you, bro. Just leave that fucking state, man.
Hey, it's actually the education is actually really good here. Strangely enough,
That's good, man.
yeah. All right, man. Have a good one. I appreciate you being up. Paul, what's up? Welcome in. I think Francis needs a moment, but what's up, Paul?
No, he's gone now.
Oh, okay.
No, he's gone now.
He said, "I beg to differ." I'm sorry.
You wouldn't want to see him.
I feel like I'm getting you in trouble. But he does.
That's okay. I get in
God, if it
trouble
was
all the
12:30,
time.
I'd probably be pissed too if I could hear somebody on the phone
Hello,
while
how
I'm
you
trying
doing?
to. Yeah, what's up, Paul? Go ahead, man.
How you keeping?
I'm all right. Yeah, just keeping it real, you know, living the dream. Turned into
Yeah,
a nightmare. Yeah, what's up? What brings you up today?
Oh, I just listened to you guys.
Pretty entertaining, would you say?
Yeah.
This whole conversation has been interesting, to say the least.
Well,
Can I ask you something? Do you think that aliens actually exist?
Norwegian lady or Finland lady.
Come again?
No, I'm Australian.
Australian, are you?
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Yeah.
It's basically Americans don't take care of themselves. They let the billionaires take all the money,
That's
and
true.
they blame the poor.
I mean, I don't know that we let them, but that's what they
You
keep.
do. Of course you do.
They buy the politicians. The politicians write laws that allow them to suck as much money out of our pockets as possible. So it's not as if we
It's
or
like a
letting
bag
them.
of money. They have all the money and it make you poor. I actually think it's
What country are you from, Paul?
a problem with America. I think that's the problem is let people hold billions of dollars. They're taking money out of society.
What country are you from, Paul?
I'm from Ireland.
Okay. Well, at least it's a halfway decent country in Europe. The rest of them are almost
But
trash.
I don't know.
The rest of Europe, Ireland excluded from that, has destroyed the world. So,
No, they haven't.
so there's that.
America's turned into a capitalist country, which capitalism is worse than communism.
True.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, America is an offshoot of Europe. No. Do what?
A handful of people hold all your money.
I didn't hear what you said, Paul. I'm sorry.
I said a handful of money is held by the wealthy, and you have no country left.
Yes, we realize that.
So Paul, can I ask you something? What would be your alternative?
Well, I'm in the social democracy and at the moment, so it's basically we don't let the wealthy get too wealthy.
And in what ways? Like, what are the mechanisms? Because we used to have a mechanism in place that our top marginal tax rates were at like 90%. And so they just didn't pay these, like CEOs, for example, these crazy amounts of money. But then Reagan came in and he did away with all that. So what, how do you guys keep?
Trickle down?
How
Reagan
do
was
you-
the worst president ever?
So how does Ireland go about preventing, exorbitant wealth?
Monopolies, they stopped. They stopped monopolies, which you have abundance of over there.
Yes.
And what's the name? It's like having a bag of money, and you have 1% of it, and the wealthy have 99% of it.
Yes, this is well established, Paul. We understand this. So by what mechanism? So just breaking up monopolies prevents, wealthy people or billionaires in Ireland, you think, or are there other mechanisms?
I actually think it's a disease. It's like people gambling, or people drinking, or people doing this and that.
Oh,
It's a
like an addiction
disease.
to money or something?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not the money,
they're
it's just
fucking psychopaths.
Yes.
They're psychopaths that didn't go the way of Dexter. They went the way of, fucking Rothschilds and
Yeah.
other families,
Well,
the
well,
Rockefellers.
The thing you have to remember is Larry Epstein. He's Oracle, and he's bought up your TikTok over there.
Yeah, we're aware of that too. That's why you currently see 25 people in here. They've been suppressing me since they took over.
Can I just add a little twist to the conversation? Does
Sure.
anybody know about universal basic income?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that.
And what do you think?
Well, I mean, eventually it's going to have to happen because AI and robots are going to replace our jobs and
Yep.
people are going to be out of work. And what do you do? That said, they're not going to just give us something for nothing. So in exchange for that, if they so choose to do that, and by they, I mean the people with money, if they choose to give people money like that, a UBI, they won't do it for just, altruistic purposes. They'll do it in exchange for total control over your entire existence. So the moment you step out of line, they'll be able to yank that money out from underneath you. So if a UBI was to be put in place anywhere, it has to come with the stipulation that for no reason can it be taken from you.
Can you define UBI for me? Just what you think it would be?
Well, it's a universal basic income.
Yeah, how does it work?
I mean, to me, I would say, and I call it a labor tariff, where you tax any company that is replacing its workers through either AI or robotics, and they pay a tariff so that you're still paying the same amount of money for those robots and the AI as you would for the workforce, and all of that money gets put back to the people who have been displaced.
That is a very, very different
It's actually quite
description
disturbing.
to what I would call UBI. Does anybody else have another thought about that?
Well, I mean, that is that is how you pay for
I know
it.
it.
Right, but universal basic income means everybody just gets a base amount of money to live on, and you can still earn money on top of that.
So basically, a living wage that enables them to live in a house, afford to pay for their food without having to actually work and
Francis,
exist.
look at your phone.
Yeah?
It's tracking you.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
No. Start there. Start at the beginning.
So for me, a UBI means that universal basic income means that every person, when they're born, gets a certain amount of income to have a living wage, a living existence, able to house themselves, able to feed themselves, and it comes from the societal government that controls.
I mean, it
your
has to be
particular
funded,
part of-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way that it's funded is by people who have the resources, who are here in Australia. I'll give you an example. Gina Reinhardt, who is a massive mining megalomaniac. Sorry, I'm going to use a bad word, bitch. Etc. They have and pay less taxes than anybody else in this country and get major profits.
I know
Because
Murdoch's
they
from
pay-
the country.
Yeah, exactly. We could go through examples, but once you go past a certain level of income, you pay a certain high amount of taxes. And let's be honest here. Taxes is not money. Taxes money is a matter of negotiation between what resources you have and what
Not
resources you
really.
don't
Not
have.
really. Taxes are taking out your money straight away. I'm not saying that it's not taxing.
That is
They,
now. That is not where it
take away
started
your
from.
money. They take away from your money, which you believe that's going to take care of the roads, transportation, health, and such.
Yep,
And it's
but
taking
there
out
is other
your tax straight away.
that there are other parts, and you've missed out medical support, you've missed out education, you've missed out a whole lot of other social services.
Examples.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure what we're talking about at this point. I'm a little confused. I thought we were talking
Universal
about
basic
UBI.
income. Yeah, universal basic income. Because anything that comes from your normal level of living, where you have a standard that gives you respect, and then you create more money over that level, then you pay more taxes that come back into the community. So if you're Gina Reinhardt and you're taking out more of the resources
America.
from the country, yeah, I'm just giving you an example. If you take more resources out, whether it's coal, whether it's iron, whether it's growing cattle, and you're making money off of it, then you pay back more taxes to the community to support the rest of the community that is living off of those resources. Because resources are not something that is owned by one person.
That's
They are
a
owned
jigsaw
by the
puzzle. I had
people.
to. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
you're going to have to, but at that point, if it's about just redistributing things that people need, you don't really even need currency, especially if you have robots to replace all that work.
Exactly. And that's what we have coming in the future.
I'm sure eventually,
That's
but
exactly
but,
what we have coming in the future.
But going into that, you have to ensure that the people that are in charge of that aren't just controlling your life. For example, like a social credit score. You say something we didn't like, and now your UBI check or the resources that you were going to get by this other entity that now you are reliant upon. If they decide one day to take that from you, that's a problem. And so you have to, you have to mitigate that.
This is what we're dealing with now.
Well, it is.
This is what we're dealing with now.
Right, but these are things that you'll have to tackle moving into the future, because
That's right.
you know that they're going
That's
to do
right.
that because they're already doing it, and we don't even have UBI. So
That's right. But the thing is, and this is the point that I'm trying to make, the thing is, if we actually turn around and say, this is not the way the world should be, fuck capitalism. Fuck the control of the monetary abuse that we're dealing with. And we walk away from that and we say, no, the individual.
there will be blood. There will be blood. Blood will be shed.
Well, it's going to
won't
happen
be,
one way or another, isn't it?
Yes, but that's just something that
It's happening already.
has to be in your mind, is that they are not going to willingly give you that control from themselves. They're not going to do it, and so you
That's
have
right.
to take
And-
it.
and-
You have to. Brian
That's
Thompson.
right.
Brian Thompson found out the hard way that when you try to fuck somebody over as United Healthcare CEO, somebody might take offense to that. You may be just lollygagging about on the sidewalk, and all of a sudden you're off in La La Land, and you don't know why you can't wake up.
Yep, and you know what? The fact is this is what we're actually facing at the moment. We are looking at the collapse of the capitalist system.
Well, I don't see it as a collapse of the capitalist system. I see it just as a continuation of it. The goal of
No,
capitalism.
it's dying.
Well, I mean, I mean, you have to look at it from two different perspectives. Capitalism is a predatory parasitic system. It wasn't meant to enrich the whole population. It was only meant to create, a level of wealth at the very top of the population that, is going to enrich them. I mean, you look at the concentration of wealth, without the progressive tax system in the United States and other countries, for many decades, before that's, wealth was very much concentrated at the top 1% of the population. The vast majority of Americans, it still is, but the vast majority of Americans were not able to build any kind of wealth. They were not able to build any kind of actual economic power. It's not the whole population that can't do it. It's just a very, there are people. No, it's not. I mean, in the United States, there are people who are doing well. There are Americans who are not. Yeah, even in the U.S., there are Americans who are not super rich, who didn't come from wealth. Well, can I finish?
Hold on, Paul. Let Mike finish.
99% of the rest.
Paul, hold on. Let Mike finish. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks. So they're not able to. They're not super rich. They're not like uber wealthy. But what they're doing is they're able to use within the system that exists, they're able to at least make some progress into the middle class and into some level of property ownership and some, it's not impossible. I'm just saying that you're able to do it still, even to this day. It's harder. Property values, the cost of buying a house and stuff like that are very high, but, people can do it still. But the thing is that right now, if that system is breaking down, it's going to break down over a couple of more decades. And it's going to take some time. And I think the AI stuff, the robots and stuff like that, that's going to probably be the bridge towards completely collapsing that process. So
Mike,
sure.
Mike, I hear you, but I just want to ask you, do you know much about the 2025 project?
Yes, I do know a little bit. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm a man, I know every single detail of it. I mean, it's a very, it's a horrific thing that they're pushing. I mean, it's supposed to basically undo all of the progress we've made and take us back in time to the 1800s before.
So I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. The reversal of Roe v. Wade and the Supreme Court enablism of restricting women's rights to choose what happens to their body.
Sure.
That's part of the 2025 project.
Yes.
How many states is that affecting at the moment? How many women?
What does that have to do with
is that affecting at the moment?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's
go, Mike.
Yeah,
you can answer.
Well, Mike had brought up, a bunch of different things, but I'm not sure what Project 2025 and AB has to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
it
we're
has
looking
to do
at,
with me as a woman.
Right, but I mean, the thing is that it's not.
Okay, so I just assumed you were responding to him. You were just going to ignore what he said and bring up something totally different.
I'm happy to hear. I'm happy for him to respond to that, but it's part of the conversation.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, let's kind of stay focused on the economic stuff first, because the economic stuff is going to affect a broad swath of the population. It's not just going to be focused on just women, because, women are not the only ones who are going to be suffering from it. You're going to have, men of all ages, even women, and when they're older than, let's say, 45, are going to be impacted severely by the economic stuff, because they're going to have less job opportunities. They're going to have less things that they're going to be able to accomplish, and they're going to be more dependent upon situations they may not be completely, positive. I mean, if you have,
can you define those a bit more?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, can you define that a bit more?
What do you mean? Like, define?
Well, you're just saying this is what will happen, but you're not actually giving examples. What are the examples of where?
Nobody.
Well, okay, let's for example, let's look at the jobs in the United States, right? If you have AI and robots capable of picking up those jobs, in office jobs at the very beginning, it's going to destroy the avenue for many Americans to get into the middle class, because college education and being able to get a job at, let's say, an IT company or even a small startup or anything else.
We got a cunt in the comment section. Cunt, get up here.
What the hell?
Go ahead, Mike.
Sure, it's going to destroy the ability of many people to be able to progress professionally into into higher standard of living.
Mike said, "What the hell was that?" I'm sorry, Mike. I was talking to John, my Australian friend.
Gibberish.
No problem.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to derail what you were saying. I just saw John in there, and I'm like, get up here.
So you got a cunt in the comment.
Hey, Francis,
Good to see you, mate.
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, you too,
This guy is talking rubbish.
But I'm sorry. Okay, so Mike, please forgive me. That was my bad. But go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Sure. Well, I mean, as I said, I think that this whole the prospect of us being able to make any kind of progress into the future is really going to be very difficult to say. Yeah, with any definitive.
Still gibberish.
With any definitive movement forward, for any of us to actually progress, we're going to have a very tough existence going forward into the future, and that is just a given.
Can you raise your microphone a bit so we can hear you a bit more?
Sure.
Well,
can you hear me now?
I don't know how to do
Thank
that.
you.
Just
okay.
Get it right up onto your, just like this. Get right there. Just talk into it like that.
Stick my face then, I guess.
Just put it in your mouth.
Yeah, I probably use it on Irish.
That's what he said.
Accent as well. But I'm talking. Mike is talking rubbish.
Wait,
Yeah, he is.
I don't. Okay, so how is he talking rubbish? So okay, Mike, I tell you what. Mike, I tell you what. Let's do this. Take your entire argument and just wrap it into like 2 or 3 sentences. Go.
Okay. My entire argument is in 2 or 3 sentences. Is basically we're going to see an economic future which is going to be very difficult. We're going to see concentration of significant wealth at the very top, and there's going to be less job opportunities and less ability for people to be able to progress into the higher standards of living. And you're going to have a large lower class going into the future. Massive lower class. People are going to be losing.
The French Revolution.
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, Mike is generally in agreement with me, but you had responded to something I think that Francis had said, which was that capitalism essentially was going to get destroyed or something along those lines. Please forgive me if I'm mischaracterizing Francis.
It's getting close.
So, I mean, you're just saying, Mike, that it's going to take longer than what I think you think we think it's going to be, if that makes sense.
People are watching them already.
I think it's going to take it's not going to happen quick. I mean, these things are not going to happen fast. They're going to happen. I mean, the thing is that right now, in 2020, like one of the candidates that was running in that election was Andrew Yang. He was actually like very prescient about what was going to happen to our society.
Freedom bucks or whatever he called it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he was. I supported Andrew Yang because he was being proactive. Because what's going to happen? These motherfuckers are going to wait until nobody's got a job, and people are going to start doing criminal shit because that's what people do when they don't have any money. They're going to wait until that to try and clean it up, as they always do when they should be proactive, because we can see the writing on the wall. Like,
absolutely,
it seems obvious at this point.
And on top of that, like right now, what's going on with the conflict in the Middle East? I mean, that thing is exploding. I mean, it's not diminishing down. And then the other thing is that right now, if what you listened to in that speech from Donald Trump was basically a remedy or a process which we're going to be in this conflict for the next 7 to 10 years minimum. And I don't think that there's going to be a way out of it, because right now this is basically the empire's fight for survival against the most aggressive attack from the other side. And I don't just mean the Iranians.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. I have to interrupt you. What the fuck is the empire?
I mean the United States.
The U.S. empire.
Well, they're not an empire.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are an empire.
I know what he's talking about.
We are absolutely an empire.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think that we're not an empire, how are we not an empire?
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
Well,
No, you're not. You're not a fucking empire. The empire was the British state.
Okay, let me ask you this question: how many military bases do we have around the world?
That was
Well,
literally that
not
was the
as
first thing
much.
that came to my mind.
Not
How many
as
military
much
bases?
as you had before Iran fucked them up.
Right. How many do we have today? Maybe
Okay,
800.
So let's define the empire, right? An empire is a country
Give me a
or
second, I'll define the empire for you.
well, I was about to, but go ahead,
45
Paul.
states in America are states. There's 5 commonwealths. All your 45 presidents have been of British descent.
Okay,
except
well,
Obama included.
okay,
So go check that one out.
okay. An empire is defined as a central authority that controls multiple populations and or territories that exist outside of its home base, as it were.
I told you,
The
45
U.S. is an
presidents
empire
are
by
of royal
definition.
descent.
Yeah,
Of royal descent, 45 year presidents are of royal
but
descent.
it's
Pennsylvania is a
semantics.
Commonwealth, for God's sakes.
No,
It
it's
doesn't
not.
matter because, well, it is semantics because
not.
you would agree,
No, it's
okay,
not.
Francis, you would agree that the United States has essentially wrested control of Venezuelan oil. Do you agree?
No, I think they invaded.
I'm sneaking over a
We
slope.
wrested control over their oil.
No,
Yes.
you invaded. No, you invaded.
And what are we
you
doing with the oil?
violated
Okay. So
international law.
okay, John. Francis is from Australia as well. John, please, maybe we're speaking a different language here. I don't know. Go ahead, man.
The US is the hegemonic power of the world. It's as simple as that. They control the world. They got 10 times more. They got more military than the next 10 countries combined. They have almost 800 bases across the world outside of the US.
Do you
I mean,
know
they-
what?
they-
They,
they-
don't have the
they-
weapons anymore.
I don't know what you're
They've
talking
used
about,
them up.
but you're not very well
They've
informed.
used them up.
Let me tell you that.
They've
haven't
used
used
them
them.
up. They've
I
fucking
don't-
used every
Yeah.
control they had up, fighting
Yeah, you're
for
dreaming.
Israel's war.
They
Yeah,
are
well,
doing
you're
that,
dreaming.
but that doesn't mean they've run out of everything. They have a lot left over.
Oh,
Right.
of course they have.
They've
Why
got-
do you think
they've
they're
got-
asking for all of the worst NATO countries to support them? And why is it that
Well-
they aren't supporting them? Don't give me that shit.
What you want and what's happening are two different things, Francis.
No,
Right.
John, what you want and what is
No,
happening
well,
is a
no.
totally different thing.
I just want the truth because in order to combat
The truth is
reality,
that you are
No,
wrong.
don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. The reality is that you've got to know your
I
enemy in order
will
to be able to
because you
deal
are
with it.
wrong.
No, you don't even know what you're talking about.
You are talking lies.
You didn't even know how many bases there were around the world,
But
right? I mean, when there's 800 bases in
at
over
least
80 countries,
13 bases destroyed by
Yeah,
Iran.
but that's
800.
13
And-
out of
and-
800.
And we have bases in Australia as well, for the
Right,
record.
many of them.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
she is right
Pine
about
Gap-
one thing.
Pine Gap.
No,
is
they've got
controlled by Australia and the
they've got a
Australian
couple here in
government who's
Queensland. They've got two in
complicit
Northern
this war.
Territory. There's at least 4 I'm aware of in Queensland and Northern
I'm in
Territory. And there's,
Townsville. Do you think I don't know what's going on?
well, yeah, I do think being in
John,
Northern Australia,
you're
I'm
talking
absolutely
shit.
certain you don't know what's going on.
All right, hey,
No,
You told me
you're
you're in
talking
Townsville.
shit.
I know that you know nothing about what's going on. Let's be
okay,
clear
well,
about that.
let's stop with the personal bashing here. First of all, second
Wait,
of all,
who's personal?
No, no,
personal
go
bashing?
fuck yourself,
Drew.
cunt.
Yeah. Okay. Don't
calling
come
her
up
that
here.
she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Hold on. Oh, Drew.
well, I
Drew.
can say
Hold
what I
on.
want. I can say
Hold
what
on.
the fuck I want.
Hold on. John. Drew. Do you believe that the United States is an empire?
Yes, but I'm not. That's not the point I'm about to make.
Francis doesn't. That's what
She,
sparked
yes,
this
but she also,
conversation.
yes, but she was correct about the fact that we're using up our munitions to the
That
point
has
that he
absolutely
wants to
nothing
put.
to do with us being an empire or not, sir.
I understand that, but
I get that
She
you want
was
to come up in
correct.
white knight. I get that, but I don't think. Have you been listening this whole
she
time?
was correct. She was correct.
But it's
about the fact.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the
No.
point. Yes, it is. That
right, well-
it's
her
not.
bringing that up was absolutely irrelevant to the point that we were making.
No,
that
actually,
she
it's
was
not. And you
disagreeing
know
with.
what?
Yes, because
America
whether
putting
or
us in
not,
a it's putting us on our back foot.
that's not
and
the
it's putting
point she was making, Drew.
Is Russia an empire?
Yes,
It used to be. I mean, the thing is,
it still is. They control populations and territory outside of their main base.
Bullshit.
Yes,
Bullshit.
that's by definition.
No, it's, by definition, he's right.
Yes.
I mean, that's, yes, but
What, by
There-
past history definitions or by the definitions
By-
that are happening at this point
out
in
of
time?
the book.
Is Japan an empire?
I don't know that they control anything outside of their islands, so
No.
I don't think so. Do they,
So is
John? I
Iran
know they
an
they used
empire?
to. There
No.
was a
Is Syria
Japanese
an
empire.
empire?
Yeah.
No.
Is Israel an empire?
Yes.
well, no,
Yes.
listen. What's the point of this? We
Well,
had,
what the fuck? Israel is not an empire.
but Francis,
Yes.
They
wait.
control
They control the-
territories outside of their.
That's correct.
Right.
I mean, can
No,
we
they're invading.
can we just say that? Okay, look, the United States is a global power. Okay, let's all agree with that. It is a global power. It's able to
On its
project
back
power
foot.
all over
anymore.
the world.
Not
is-
Can I
anymore.
say-
They're fucking
Can I say,
up.
Tim?
No,
Can I
yes.
say, Tim? This is why Australia can't defend itself, and why we rely on the United States for our defence, because our own people can't admit the reality of what's going on. You see, we
John,
can't actually defend
John,
our
the
own country
fact
here.
is-
We
the
you know,
fact
in
is,
World War
without
II,
Pine
even though
Gap,
she doesn't like
America
hearing the
couldn't
truth
defend
because she wants to
themselves
interrupt
either.
me. Just shut the fuck up, cunt.
No.
You always want to interrupt me, right? Just
Whoa.
shut the fuck up. How's that? Right? No, I've had enough of you, cunt. You're talking
did
over
you
me.
just
So
call me
shut
a
the
cunt?
fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah, you are
The
a cunt.
violation.
Right?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I called you a cunt.
The violation is coming. The violation is coming.
you from the joy of the journey.
My butt is clenched. It's going to be
Now,
less
the
than
reality
3
is-
minutes. I'm
All right,
sorry, John.
I'll stop that. But the
Can
reality is that Australia had in World War II what we called the Brisbane Line, and it was the top third of our country from Brisbane to Broome that we were prepared to give to the Japanese and retreat down to the south. That was the last defence that we had of this country, was to give a third of it away to the invading Japanese. Ever since then, we've never been able to defend this continent, right? Never. And we rely on the Americans to do it. That's why we got the bases here. That's why we got
You
Pine
are
Gap.
talking so
right?
much fucking crap. It's not
We
funny.
can't defend this country because it's a
Wow.
continent. We've only got we've got less than 30 million people here, and we've got people who can't admit the
Bullshit.
reality. She can't admit that we can't defend the place, and if we could, we wouldn't be looking to America to do it for us.
Bullshit.
It's that simple,
America can't.
right?
America can't
Well, why
defend
have we just done a
themselves
deal with
without
them
Pine
for
Gap.
why have we done a $300 billion deal with them for 10 submarines that will never get delivered? I mean, come on, wake up to
America-
yourself.
If
You
Right.
don't know what's going on. You're ignorant.
Rath's
I
comments
may-
America
are
can't
unaliving
defend
me for
themselves
the
without
record.
Pine Gap.
Liberal, if I may jump in.
Tank,
because
yes, you haven't spoken yet. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Rath. I nearly pissed myself when I read your comment. The first one. Go ahead, Tank.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, babe. Thank you, Liberal baby, because like I said, okay. But to whoever Francis is, before I go back on mute. Francis, you sitting here saying that that what's going on does not necessarily matter, and if I interpreted it incorrectly, I apologize in advance. However, it does matter, because right now Trump is running rogue, and no one is able to stand up to him. That's the problem. So I don't get why any other country need to tell us what the fuck is going on when we already recognize, and we're trying to tell MAGA what the fuck is going on and to hold this man accountable, but nobody seems to tell him that what he's doing is wrong and incorrect. That's the situation.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And I can tell you now that if Australia and our government removed his ability to use Pine Gap, he would not be able to do what he's doing in Iran.
Right.
Or any other part of the world. because Pine Gap is the most important part of the American fucking system of war.
Oh,
And I am
bullshit.
so
I mean,
pissed. I'm so
Bullshit.
pissed
can I
that
say
You're
that
so
this?
is
full of
actually
you're
what
so
is
full of
giving
shit.
him access to do that sort of stuff.
Can I say
We are
something?
one of the Five Eyes countries. Five Eyes. There's 5 of them. We're one of them, and we're the one in the South Pacific, right? So, so basically, we're the furthest away. I mean, along with New Zealand, but you've got Canada, you've got Britain, then you've got Germany, right? So,
Yeah, but
most
you know
of
what,
the
John?
most
What you
the
don't
most important the most
understand,
important. Hey, no,
John,
you don't
what you
understand. You
don't,
won't even
no,
let
no,
me finish
shut
my
up for a
comment
moment.
because you're a cunt
What you
who
don't
keeps
understand
interrupting.
is we
You're just a
have
cunt
the
who keeps
eye.
interrupting because you don't know how to fucking
What?
hold your tongue until I finish talking.
Shut
Now, the
up. When you
reality
call me a
is,
cunt,
the
I'm not going
reality
to
is,
say
no, you
anything less.
stop acting like a cunt. I'll stop calling you
No,
one. All right, the
no,
reality is
because
that
I am not
Germany's the
going to
most
deal with that.
important country
The
to the United
fact
States. And
is that
you don't even
Australia
know why
has the
Germany's the most
eye
important country
on what's
to the United
happening in the
States.
world,
You don't even know
satellite-wise.
tell me why Germany's the most important country to the United States. Tell me why. You don't even know, do you? You don't
I
even
don't
know.
care.
I'll tell you why.
I'm not
I'll tell
talking
you
about
why.
that.
I'll tell you why
No,
Germany is the
you
most
won't.
important country to the
Oh,
United
you
States.
won't. You're a
Not Pine
fucking
Gap, not Australia. I'll tell you why.
misogynist,
Because
mate.
no, here you go.
Misogynist,
So you
mate.
just
I
described.
don't
No,
want
you're a
to hear
cunt.
you.
You're a cunt who just
No,
won't
there
shut
you
the fuck
go,
up and listen to the
misogynist.
truth. The
Do you know
truth
what
of the
comes
matter
out of a
is
cunt?
that you're a cunt.
Your children.
And you just keep being a cunt.
Do you know what
You're
comes out of
stupid.
your
You're a
cunt?
stupid,
Is
out-of-date
your
cunt
children.
living in Northern Townsville who
Do you
doesn't know
know
her
what
asshole
comes
from her
out of a
fucking
cunt?
mouth.
Is your children.
Hey,
It's that
guys,
simple.
guys.
You're a
All
fucking
right, you
dumb
guys
cunt.
need to
Pause real
chill
quick.
out.
Pause real quick. Okay, real quick. John's violation is going to get multiple violations. Just got to say. I let this go because they're both from Australia and they talk to each other differently than we do here in the States. So I'm not going to judge too much, although some of those words I don't think are acceptable even in Australia. That
Bullshit.
said, I did say there was a cunt in the comments, and there
That's
he came.
right. And I'll take that.
Anyway, I appreciate the passionate debate, but we should bring it down because if not, TikTok will bring us all down. So just please be careful, guys. I appreciate it. Anyway, take that little pause and go ahead. Drew, I don't think you got your words out, so go ahead.
It's all good. I was just there's a lot of personal attacks going on there that were completely unnecessary on both sides. At the end of the day, look, while we may be an empire, she was right about one thing, and that is we are using up a lot of our really expensive munitions. Trump wants to put us on a war production footing, and we're already, let's just say, got a little bit of debt that's going to be causing some problems in the long run, along with the high prices of fuel. So, in any way you look at this whole affair that we are doing for Israel, it is not going to end well. There is, from what I've heard, I've spoken to some military people, it does look like we will have boots on the ground. It's a question of when. And because there's been a lot of people deployed down there. I truly believe that we are on our back foot, and it's not going to go well any way you look, because it's kind of a dumb move. Now, yes, Iran is a known sponsor of terror groups in the area. They're attacking all of their neighbors. So in some regards, that's justified, but we went in by ourselves, which was dumb as fuck. And I'll just land it there. That's just my opinion at this point.
One thing straight.
So,
hold on.
Iran has
hold on real quick.
1.5 million troops.
Hold on real quick. John, I come back to the computer. Remove John Eastwood? ? John Eastwood's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Let me put up your 10-minute timer. I think it'll probably be 10 minutes. Come back up in like 11 minutes or so, and it should be good. I got to drop you. Yeah, live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. So let me put up the 11-minute timer. This is so common, guys, that I have a timer specifically for this. So, John, if you want, you're welcome back up. So let me get that done. Iran is not the world's sponsor of terrorism, for the record. And they are not attacking their neighboring countries. They're attacking countries that are supporting a country that is attacking them.
And can I also correct that one point? I just want to make this. They're attacking American military facilities and bases. They're not actually attacking the countries themselves, because if they were, the casualty rates, especially among civilians in those countries, would be astronomical. The casualty rates in any one of those countries, you go to you go to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Dubai, Bahrain, is almost like in the single digits. And even that's a tragedy. Nobody should have been unalive for this, or should have died for it. But the truth of the matter is that the casualty rates, if you look at the actual casualty rates, is extremely low. What is being impacted is military facilities in those countries, and military facilities and American military assets. This has been.
I understand, but we do realize that during the Afghani war, they were involved in supporting other groups and funding them to attack us, right?
Well, I mean, we were doing that with the AQ in Syria and in Libya as well. I mean, we're not exactly angels. I mean, we did use AQ in Afghanistan against
I'm not saying
the
we are,
Soviets.
but there is an argument for it.
Yeah, but the thing is that nobody's hands are clean in this,
No.
We're saying, hey, why are you sponsoring XYZ group in Lebanon and this group in Yemen? And at the same time, we're doing the same thing with respect to groups in Syria against the Syrian government. And we used another similar group in Libya against the Libyan government, which, ironically speaking, the group that we sponsored in Libya is now running slave markets of African people, which is disgusting in and of itself. So it's like we removed a dictator in Libya and replaced him with head choppers and slavers.
You remove them.
I hear you.
So I mean, it boggles the mind. We don't have the moral high ground anymore, and that's part of the problem. We never had the moral high ground, sir. Nope. We never had the moral high ground. I mean, I'd say before Afghanistan, we might have. The German leader. Okay, let me give you an example. The German leader had concentration camps, had committed atrocities in genocide. The United States of America, what we called it was we had reservations, we had plantations, and we had the Native Americans were wiped out, and the Africans were basically enslaved for 300 years. How are we? That Germany based all of those. No, Germany also based all of its policies on Jim Crow. So, exactly. And they actually thought Jim Crow went too far. Actually, so ironically, but
Actually, Mein Kampf from Hitler was based on some of them, or a lot of the American Jim Crow policies.
Yes. Yeah.
I have something else to add to this. And I really hate to say this because my partner's Jewish, right? Or comes from a Jewish family. I don't know that he's religious. But what's happening in Israel right now is a total abomination.
It's the right wing.
You are correct.
It's the right wing of government in Israel that's doing this. It's not necessarily the people, because not all the people support it.
Paying for it.
It's totally against the Torah. It's totally against the Jewish.
Who's paying for it?
It's interesting because my mum gave me a book to read when I was about 8 years old, and it was about Jewish culture. I can't remember the title, but part of the premise was that after 7 years, every person that was assimilated or was part of the Jewish family was accepted, and they became Jewish. And one of the first things I said was, and that meant slaves, whatever else, one of the first things I said was that was indoctrination.
Drew, I muted you. You're like standing in the median on a highway. It sounds like.
Not me, but that's. I'm just saying that.
Drew,
that for me,
you're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
I'm
not sure.
The first time they used the name terrorist was the English against the Irish, and it's been 800 years to take back our land, and they called us terrorists, and the terrorists were the English.
So what are we talking about exactly? I was trying to find a tweet from Trump. I found it, but well, it wasn't a tweet. It was a Truth Social. How did we get into the J people? What happened?
Well, the thing is that I think somebody referenced the state of Israel, but the thing is that we need to. Well, I think this is my personal opinion. I think we need to separate Israel from the people, the Jewish people, because they're not the same. It's not one and the same.
Well, when the people separate themselves from Israel, then we can talk.
Can I actually just ask you a little bit further or delve a little bit further? Are we talking about Jewish people or Zionists? What are we talking about?
I'm talking about disease. I don't know if I could.
The Zionists.
Zionists.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say that word yet.
On wheels.
Zios, fucking white supremacists.
Yes.
No, they're not white.
Yes, they are white.
They're supremacists, but they're not white.
The Zio mentality is a fucking European one. It is a white European supremacy bullshit. Hijacked somebody else's fucking shit, pretended like they were part of another area of the world, went there and got skin cancer.
Yeah. But God gave you 3,000 years ago.
Conduct your anti-Semitic conversations, but I'm not having you in this house having your anti-Semitic conversations.
What?
He said, I'm not going to have you in this house having your anti-Semitic conversation. We're talking about Zionists, and he's talking about anti-Semitism. That's what's been done.
Well,
You can't criticize people. And to that point, matter of fact, there was a fucking Fox News host. She says, white as snow, blonde hair, blue-eyed, stands up. I'm a Christian, and I'm a Zionist, and everything I do is to suck the cock of Israel. It has nothing to do with J people. There's nothing to do with them. This is a fucking political ideology of supremacy that sadly many people in Israel do share, unfortunately, and it's the worst thing for that group of people. They should do more to distance themselves from it because they do get lumped into it. You know what I mean? Like they do.
The Israeli people are from Poland, Hungary, and they're not allowed to do DNA tests because they're not actually from the area.
Yeah, I just say, I don't know. It's fucking wild. I just, like her, of course, her husband. I don't know if you guys were here. Well, Paul was here.
The British bring people into Israel or Palestine, and Palestine took the people in with good faith, and now they're murdering the shit out of them.
Yeah. Anyway,
I come from a Jewish. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not even sure how we got into this. Like, I've got nothing against anybody, but I have something against supremacy of all kinds. I don't give a fuck who it is or what color they are or where they come from. We're all humans. We're all variations. That's right. And anybody thinking themselves to be superior to somebody else for any fucking reason, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's because your shit hangs down to your kneecaps. That doesn't make you any better than anybody else.
It's a problem of people being human.
Yeah, well, it's
and the content of their character,
right? And they're the character of people who destroy over 80% of an entire fucking area.
Yes.
And Hamas is over there. They're hiding under the cabinets. Look, he was under the sink. I had to take the whole house down. Like, what? But now, now they're, I guess, kind of getting what they have been giving to others. Iran's been fucking them up. I seen
Pretty
one
bad,
video. Yeah, there was a hole in the fucking ground, and the caption was, "Well, if the bunkers aren't even safe, how are we supposed to survive?"
Listen to people who are totally indoctrinated by Netanyahu.
Totally indoctrinated on Netanyahu. Okay, Francis.
You and Netanyahu.
Yes, another example of extreme right ideology.
You don't know anything about Netanyahu. What has he done that you don't like?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, what?
If you can't answer that, then
Name
you
one
have a
thing.
problem.
Name one thing.
Oh, he's created
Hey,
genocide.
G-side of Palestine.
Genocide, Francis.
A
Now
TikTok conversation
Darfur,
while another
in Yemen,
conversation
in
is
Syria.
coming.
There's no fucking genocide. Even Hamas came out and said there's nothing.
Okay,
The
fuck
combat
him. He
level
doesn't
is
get
so
any
low,
sleep.
You fucking idiot. You're just spouting your left-wing fucking
How
propaganda.
indoctrinated are you?
Hey.
Do you know how many
Hey,
people
Francis.
have died?
You
Just
don't,
start
'cause
screaming.
you're
Don't let this
propaganda.
dude get
But
an
even
ounce
they
of
recently
sleep.
Come out and stated the figures, you idiots. You state figures as if no Hamas fighters have been killed. You fucking moron. You think your Al Jazeera is just fucking children and kids dying and journalists. That's what you think. No fighters, no nothing. What a moron.
What the Irish do? What do you do?
Really,
the
you're
Irish?
an uneducated person. You haven't finished school. You got no education.
You're completely
Oh,
indoctrinated.
here we go.
Okay,
Yeah, there we
okay,
go. We're
so
going to start with the personal attacks
Francis, no, that's Francis's husband or somebody. Earlier he was bitching. He was
I'm just saying.
earlier he was bitching at her
Total
because he
disgrace.
couldn't get
You
any
support
sleep
the
and she
Iranian
was being
regime?
too live,
No, I don't.
too
the
loud.
greatest
And now I
breed of
say,
terrorists in the world
Francis,
that's ever been
keep
seen.
that motherfucker awake. Don't give that bitch an ounce of
And the way
sleep.
they treat
He
their
doesn't
women,
deserve
you
it.
don't do anything.
Keep him up every time
What
he
about
lays
getting
down.
up and
Go
supporting
to the
Iranian
door
women?
and
You
bang
would
on that
dream of it.
bitch.
I do support
No, you don't.
Iranian women.
You wouldn't do that at all.
Absolutely, I
You
do.
support your fucking Hamas lefties who fucking chop your head off because you're not wearing a
Wow,
burqa.
this guy, Francis, tell him to come on the panel, please. There's a spot for him right here next to Drew. Okay, yeah, he doesn't get any sleep, Francis. No
I don't
sleep.
know if I want it.
You heard it.
No
You heard
sleep.
it.
He gets no
I'll
sleep.
nudge him if he sits next to me.
I felt bad for him at one point. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Why did you feel bad for him?
Well, because he was trying to get to
So he
sleep,
can
and it's
get
like
sleep.
12:30 in the morning. But now I'm like, go in there every time he lays down and just start banging on that fucking door. How's that? Is that Hamas? Is it Hamas? Ask him that.
You know, and this is the reason why liberal. I have a walking hard on for you. I'm gonna say it's just like that. Because the way you said that, I was like, damn, you make me.
Well, they think there's Hamas everywhere. So why not on the other side of the door to his bedroom when he's trying to sleep, Francis? Why not?
Yeah.
That was interesting. I probably should have muted you, but I was like, what is this guy saying?
No, it's important to hear it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's important to hear it. It's actually part of what happens.
Is that
when you have
It's the Zio. It's the Zio and the MAGA sort of extremism,
Is
sort of
that
like
your
ideology
husband?
belief.
And you don't have to say, but is that your husband?
I've been with him for 19 years.
Hazard reported ahead.
Okay, so then
Try
you're
staying present by feeling the seat.
yeah. Look, 19 years. I'm not going to get in the middle of that. But you just
tropes and anti-Semitic propaganda, and I can give you any fact you want, but you can't discuss it. You just throw around anti-Semitism.
You're hearing it again.
I am. Yes.
I hear, and I'm like, you know what? You have my utmost sympathy and my respect.
Yes.
Speaking anti-Semitic tropes to one another.
No, we are not. We are not calling anti-Semitic tropes.
Zio, as soon as they get as soon as they get called out on their bullshit, the BS, it's anti-Semitic.
In my house, that's all. Go away. Go elsewhere. It's 2 a.m. in the morning.
Go to sleep, bitch.
Why?
Not everyone's an anti-Semite for wanting
Go for a
people
drive.
not to be killed.
Walk down to the beach.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, my baby.
Yeah, he does need to get some
Okay.
sleep.
I mean, you know, being of Jewish heritage.
Instead of being
Don't
so,
shout.
hold
You're
on,
shouting.
hold on,
Blink twice
guys.
if
just,
you're not
just
okay.
for a second. Instead of him being so aggressive, he wants to have his say. How about I let him?
Yeah, I mean, he's welcome
can-
to.
he-
Oh, no, I'm an alien.
Yeah,
Let
he's,
him.
he's
I'm
welcome to come
alien.
up on the
My
panel.
partner.
If he has a TikTok, he can come up on the panel.
He doesn't have a TikTok,
Oh,
but
I
he
see.
can talk to you through my
Sure.
TikTok. How about you say?
I wouldn't
what you
dream
want
of
to say?
having TikTok.
Is it Hamas?
So, pardon?
Oh, he said he wouldn't dream of having TikTok. I was just wondering if he thinks it's Hamas.
That's right. Blame
No,
the
he just-
platform.
No, it's way too lowbrow for me.
He just thinks that talking to people on a level.
This bitch said that's too lowbrow
No,
for
I
me.
don't
You
like.
hear it? You're hearing.
I don't like the anti-Semitic tropes that all of you are throwing around without any factual basis.
I don't like
No.
the fact that you
You've got
claim
no
what we
idea
say is
whatsoever.
anti-Semitic.
I'm sure you've never been to the Middle East. I'm
Right,
sure you've
and
never
that
been
is
to Israel. I'm
unfactual.
sure you've never
Yeah.
been to Gaza. I'm sure you've never been to Iran.
We're talking
Once
about
in your life for a
we're
week.
talking about Zionism.
Am I
What's his
audible?
name? What's his name? So I don't just call him
No,
asshole.
but he actually can't hear you. He
Oh.
can't actually hear you.
Oh, okay. Well,
He's just carrying on. He can't hear you.
I
He's,
see.
he's decided to sit there and be.
No, I want you to be quiet so I can go to sleep. It's 2 a.m. in the
Close
morning.
the door. Into
Then
the
go
bedroom.
to sleep.
yeah.
I'm not closing the door. I don't have to close the door at 2
Hey,
a.m. in the
Francis.
morning.
Wait.
Can I
He
ask
wants to
you
go to
something?
sleep. He's
I wanna
bitching
ask
that
you
you're
something.
too loud, but he won't close the door.
I don't know if you hear me, guys.
Conversation, you
Yeah.
leave.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, that don't make any sense.
You leave and have your
Hello?
anti-Semitic conversation.
Yes, I can hear you, Canucks. It's interesting because that's a Zio tactic. He is the victim always. He is choosing to leave the door open so that he can turn around and bitch at you about you being too loud. That's weird to me. Anyway,
Graceful behavior.
Kahunux, what's up, man? Go ahead. Kahunux.
Buddy, hang on.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Guys, I don't know if I'm audible. Can you hear me? Really?
Yes, I can.
Hear you
I can
very
hear you.
well.
Yes, I can hear you.
The internet keeps. I'm sure it's my net
I
or
can
something to
hear
do with
you.
TikTok.
But you're cutting out a bit. Okay, so
Okay.
let me real quick. Let me. I got two people I'm going to bring.
Are you
in
talking
real quick.
slowly?
No,
You,
but I can if you want me to.
Okay.
Does that help?
you were talking slowly a minute ago before you brought Chip.
Oh.
Hey, Chip, how you doing?
Go ahead, man.
Hey, sorry about that.
So basically, I challenge Francis' wife. Sorry, Francis. Go ahead, Chip. Say hi. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I
it's
just
okay.
heard
I
you
just
guys.
wanted, I just wanted that guy to clarify what he meant by tropes because he was being very general in nature.
He had
You
his
really
own
shouldn't give
tropes.
the Aussies too much fucking.
Anyway, go ahead. I'll wait.
You really shouldn't give too many Aussies. You know, they don't think things through too much. I've got to tell you that as an Aussie. Right? I can see why she's a rude cunt because he's a fucking pig-headed cunt.
19 years of that.
Right?
Too.
I mean, not 19 years? Yeah.
I'm asking you.
But look,
And
you know,
to Drew,
19 years,
you just need to
you know,
understand.
there's something
Drew, I
else
just-
between them that we can't judge, and I'm not going to get into that. But
Right,
he is
right.
an asshole.
And Drew, I'm just going to say, it's not personal in Australia. We're just straight talking, dude. Right? None of it's personal. It's just everyone
Hey, I
saying what they
understand,
think.
but when you're having an argument and you're personally attacking someone as
No, it's
opposed to
not personal.
the
It's
topic
just
at
direct.
hand, I hear you. I hear you.
We find Americans, but basically pompous
That's a
and full of
cheap
shit half
argument.
the time. No, honestly,
know,
we
but-
find you
but
guys pompous and full of shit half the time because rather than say what you really think, you dance around it. You know, there's all this politically correct nonsense put above it, and so often it's that's why
someone
we use
personally
the word.
isn't attacking the topic.
No, that's why we use the word cunt in 50 different ways, right? It can mean something rude. It can mean something.
I hear you.
Like right? So we use it as a term
I
of
totally
endearment
get
to
it.
people that we like.
buddy,
Right?
John, I had to put in line an Aussie who was visiting Egypt. You know, we have planes in the airport where we travel with families. Okay, you can
Yeah, I bet you
travel
did.
alone. A couple of Aussies. Yeah, he's got tattoos all over him, and he's standing there, and he's every other word is an F word. And there's children with women around, and I told him, "Is it common in Aussie?" And he said, "It's
Yeah, it
okay,
is.
it's common." And I put him in check.
Yeah,
I
it
told him it's not
is.
common in Egypt, and I was about to take it physical.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. And he went into check completely, because you guys always liked an authority figure, coming out at you. I subscribe to use C word with the man here, and that man is not a Jew. He's just a convert. Your husband is not a Jew. I'm more Jewish than he would. I can actually challenge him on his Judaism. Tell me what a Geneza is.
His Judaism.
I just rest my case.
Yeah.
I crash my
No,
door.
you're right. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's just spouting bullshit. That's true. That's obvious. But she's doing she's doing
mute
quite
her.
a bit of that too. I got to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to mute her. Okay, so Chip, I don't know how much of that, but it brought you up here, I feel like. What say you, sir? And welcome back, Chip. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So earlier I heard the discussion. People make this really distinction between the J crew and the Z crew. It's not so simple. It's not all or nothing, but it's also not connected. There's a Venn diagram that connects in certain ways, to be fair. Because remember, Zionism as an ideology came about in the late 1800s. The same problems that societies have had to deal with regarding a certain crew of people has been going on for 2,600 years. So they can't be just Z or J. It's got to be some combination therein. And the question is, what are the characteristics of the hardcore proponents of the J crew Zs and also the Christian Zs? And then how does that combine with or connect with the historical traits of those who have had problems in various societies? And that's why I refer to it as an operating system and a toolkit. And it's a mindset, a belief system, and a set of behaviors and activities that have manifested themselves over and over and over again. And by the way, this is all historically documented. It's not a trope to point this stuff out. It doesn't matter who does it. It's what they believe and how they behave that is the problem, not who they are or how their mother was born or what they believe in as far as the deity.
It puts them above others, which is again part of the problem with it.
Yeah, and not everybody
Basically-
from the J crew believes that, by the way. That's to be clear.
It's the supremacists among them. Would you say that's probably a simple way to put it?
Well, it's even worse than that because even within their own tribe, they have a
It's a
hierarchy
form
of
of it.
supremacism additionally. So if you come from Africa or North Africa and you're in that, that state, they don't think you're worthy. They think only the European hierarchy is worthy.
Right. Pretty fucking wild. Now, I did mute Francis. I don't know if she thinks that
Chip,
we can still hear,
I
but
can I join with
She's
something?
been having an
quickly?
argument.
Guys, I want you to look up on the internet. The Y genes that you have are actually a mutation happened thousands of years ago, and we all come from Africa. That's an SLC24A5 gene specifically, and SLC45A2, and these are mutations changed in one single letter of a DNA code out of billions, resulting in a lower melanin production because you guys moved.
Yes, as a
the
result
northern
of
hemisphere.
right,
Look it up,
because in the north you
we're
don't
all
need
one.
the dark
But
skin
we're
to keep
having
yourself from
lighter
getting
skin because we travel up
cancer.
north. That's all.
Okay.
The dark melanin,
it's an
keeps you from getting cancer.
Yeah, it's an adaptation. It's an adaptation because, vitamin D production, food, for example, in that area, it was harder to
Saw
obtain with
sunlight
dark
thing.
skin. Correct. And so the adaptation came as white skin in order to absorb more vitamin D. Really, it's an adaptation. It's, calling it a mutation is
evolutionary.
Is derogatory when you could look at it as an evolutionary advantage in a specific region, but it is a disadvantage in other regions because now you rely on sunscreen in order to prevent damage, for example. So it's it just depends on where you're
It's
from.
an evolutionary change, is all it is.
Yeah, right. And it's I don't know why there's even white supremacy at all, because it's like a darker skin, I can exist everywhere and really not be an issue.
It's ironic because the bronze people will live longer than even.
Right.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
You would if you had good health care that you could
actually
afford.
hitting the nail on that.
That's funny.
Darker your skin, the better your organs are. That's why they're organ harvesting Sudan right now.
Yeah, that shit's crazy to me. But it's but again, I don't dislike people that are white either. I married a white lady, so it is what it is. But anyway, now
I'm white. My father is
race
like
traitor.
Egyptian dark.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I don't
Sorry.
really care about color, brother.
Yeah, I don't either, and people that do is kind of silly, but again, that ideology of supremacy, wherever it stems from, whoever it is I don't like it. I just
It's
don't like
idiotic.
it. Yeah, it just makes no sense. Like
It's prison mentality. It's prison mentality.
Right. Yeah, you think the people on the International Space Station give two shits? They want to make sure the guy next to them is going
American
to,
prison mentality.
They want to make sure they get home.
In America.
Right. Yeah. They always
Yeah,
find a way to
prison
work
in
together.
America. You always relate your own. Your prison in America have this, but not in other countries. It's different.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but our country's not always been that way. Look, I have to admit that there are a portion of our country that is very much white supremacist. I can appreciate that. On the other hand, we have tried and struggled to end that and have failed miserably, as we see with what's going on right now, because it's been accentuated after Obama was in office, because, oh my God, a black man was in office. And all the white people got, oh, fuck. Yes, it's total backlash. Yeah. And we went one direction. We finally got, a man in the office. And oh my God, all of those white people that have been hiding in the woodwork decided, oh, hell no.
Right.
And that's what I see, frankly. So,
Yeah,
and it's
I
been,
don't
go ahead. Sorry. I'll land it there.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not so sure about that, because though everything you said is correct, my take on it is that you've only really had what could be called a progressive democracy since the Civil Rights Act in, let's say the 60s, 1960.
Yes.
Yes. And really that started being undercut when Reagan got into power in the 80s. Okay, when they started the trickle-down economics and the redistribution, right? Well, it was really the idea. It was really the idea that they'd redistribute wealth to the billionaires, and to the top 1%, and doing that through what they call trickle-down economics. When the Rand Corporation has now made it quite clear, I think it's something like $50 trillion, or what would be equivalent now to $350,000 for every working American. So if you're a dual income household, it's $700,000 US since 1980 that you're out of pocket as a result of that redistribution of the taxes changing from the golden era in the United States to now what they are now. And so really,
you can look at
if you think about it, you go from 1960 to now, you go, well, that's 66 years, but really 46 of those years it was being undercut, sowing the seeds for what Trump's doing. So though Obama might have been the symbol of that change, of the white, I think that the blueprint for this change has been in plan ever since the contract with America by Newt Gingrich, but going back into the 90s. That contract with America was really that was when they brought the religious South in, the evangelicals, and started the whole
the South will rise again, and it has.
Right.
So.
The Southern strategy.
Yes.
Right. So really,
it's all related to that.
Well,
I think that was the 90s.
It's always a backlash every time progress is made. Right. That's that's literally, even with the emancipation, you got the Triple K, the New Deal. You end up with, the movements towards unaliving that, the Civil Rights Act. Now you get the Southern strategy, as you pointed out. Oh, states' rights. They use dog whistles now. They're not so overt about it.
Yep.
Then you get, another progress, a black person being elected, and now all hell has broken loose, and these people are the cockroaches came out from under their rocks, and they're like, oh, we're the ones taking over.
They got to save the country.
Right.
They got to save the country.
But the point I was trying to make there, guys, was simply that since the 90s, then Rush Limbaugh, and so they've been sowing the seed, Fox News, sowing the seeds on the right for 3 decades now. Right?
Yes, I agree.
So it wasn't that Obama and then suddenly everyone's voting for Trump. It was more that
he was just a symbol. He was a symbol.
Right. They were able to harvest the seeds that they sowed over the previous 3 decades. And the left in a lot of ways played into that by not delivering real economic benefits to working class people for 3 decades, letting the Overton window move to the right, and at the same time buying in, instead of demanding economic equality and dealing with economic inequality, they moved the argument to essentially these culture war issues, playing into the right's hands. Because if you just made the argument for essentially equality and said, well, we're going to stand up for minorities wherever there's inequality, that's one thing. It's another thing to come out specifically for minority groups in a very vocal way, so it could be played against you as being you're now no longer representing the American people. So all of that's been, playing into their hands to some degree, because they've been sowing the seeds with all this misinformation on the right with, everyone from Rush Limbaugh to Fox News, and they've been doing that for fucking 3 decades now. So, it annoys me that the left has allowed that to happen, and really in the States we're talking about the Democratic Party.
Well, the people on the left are racist as fuck too. These people just pretend, and they're to me more dangerous than the guy wearing the pointy hat with the fucking cutout eyes, because they act like they're good people and then use the N-word in private or do things to fuck somebody over because they're a person of color, while they turn around and pretend like they're good people. Malcolm X was fucking spot on. And they got to be rooted out too. Sadly, they're very good at what they do. It's a fucking problem. The United States has been full of shit suckers, violent pieces of garbage, and racist throughout its entire existence. So, I guess what do you expect? And how do you remedy that aside from just fucking making just racism fucking illegal, which I don't know that you can really do, because then how do you find racism? How do you find what what I mean, like harm to somebody else? It could be used in negative ways. So how
do you remedy it? Well,
I don't know.
There is it's a paradox, because the way you remedy it is the way that they remedied it in Germany. I mean, you basically say, well, we're going to ban these symbols, we're going to ban these words. Right. And so when you
South Africa.
And right, exactly. And when you literally ban words and associations and symbols, you make them illegal and punishment.
And we also have to have truth and reconciliation, where we deal with the reality of the situation as opposed to these lies and bullshit that Fox and Rush Limbaugh and all these people have been spewing about the situation. We need to deal with the reality and quit trying to rewrite history.
Well, that's exactly right. But that as you know, Drew, that Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa only worked because all of the whites were told that if they didn't give their testimonies without any lies, if there was even one perjured lie, they would lose their immunity to prosecution. So they were facing, multiple murder charges and all the rest. And many of them would have gone to jail for life and avoided that because they told the truth. So unless you're going to prosecute people, put them in jail for it, and then say the only way out is for you to tell the truth about what went on. And if anyone who was in a minority comes forward and says, well, you didn't tell the full truth because you didn't say this, that, and the other, you lose your immunity, you're off to jail for life. Well, that's the only way you get the truth. So, South Africa showed that.
Yeah, I mean, there should be far more punishment for lying to people, especially as like a news organization.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they should come down really fucking hard on that. A couple of things. First of all, there's somebody named Belly Button Boogers that shared the live, and I just got to give you a shout out. That is the most ridiculous fucking name I've seen in a while, but I love it for some reason. I'm gross. Secondly, Francis. Francis, are you okay? Is everything good? I muted your mic. Are you good? Blink twice if you're not. Okay, I'm gonna let Francis hang out for a minute.
I think she's having an argument.
Yeah, I just don't want
Blink if you're taken hostage.
Right.
She's taken hostage.
Fucking hell,
Turn
man.
the mic on just so we know there's signs of life.
I can't turn the mic on. I can invite her to turn the mic on, but I can't.
Right.
I can't turn it on.
She's probably
she, you know what? That was an interesting conversation that we were able to take part in. I wish you would come up on the live. I got to say, do what, John?
Well, Tim, I thought you'd added, Couples Friday to Man's Monday.
And Couples Friday, that's fucking funny. Maybe I should do that. That is kind of funny. No, I wasn't. I wasn't expecting that. Were you here whenever he was like bitching at her because he was trying to sleep?
No, I didn't hear that first part. I only got the end of it when he decided to get up and confront her. But, I sort of, initially I had sympathy for him because I thought, I bet she never shuts up. But now I think it might be the other way around. She's learned to never shut up because he never fucking listens.
Right.
So, but it's a typical Australian dynamic, which is neither of them are tuned into reality. That's the truth of it. I mean, she can't admit that we can't defend ourselves here. I mean, that's pretty fucking ridiculous. Like if I said to the United States...
I was just going to ask a question, but you didn't finish your statement. It's related to your country.
Well, I was going to ask the question. If I said to the United States, guys, you can only have 10 submarines, you can only have, a dozen ships, and none of them can be battleships or aircraft carriers, no nuclear weapons, an army of 40,000 people, and by the way, you've got to defend your entire continent. Do you think that'd be enough? Like, even for the least military-minded amongst you, would you think that would be enough to defend your country, let alone go on?
The problem is we have a military-industrial complex that would be that upset about that comment in itself. We don't need all that shit, frankly, in my opinion.
I understand you don't need what you've got. I'm not saying that you do, but I am saying that you can at least defend yourself. Now you've taken it to the other extreme. You've decided to go into 80 other countries with 800 bases. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if I say in Australia, like, here's a really simple one, right? We're at the moment, we've contracted for $300 billion to buy 10 of your nuclear submarines, but because we're Australia, we're not going to put any nuclear weapons on them, right? They're going to be nuclear submarines with conventional missiles. I don't know what the fuck they think they're going to do with them. Now, the problem with having 10 submarines is that at any given time, 3 of them are going to be in port. Now, the other 7 of them aren't even going to be able to defend Australia because most of them are going to be in the North China Sea doing what the Americans tell us to do. Now, that's if we even get any submarines. We won't get any submarines, right? Take it from me, because the Americans are, every time one comes off the line, they're going to go, we want that submarine, we don't want to give it to Australia. Now, we're not going to get any subs. But the truth is, if any, we had almost a force, we had attacks in Darwin in World War II. Now, we had literally had a plan to give up the top third of the country if we were invaded by the Japanese. It was called the Brisbane Line. It's a historical fact. You can look it up on the internet. Our military agreed that we would retreat to the bottom 2/3 of Australia and then regroup after that. Right now, that'd be like you guys saying, "Oh, we'll give up the East Coast, and we'll go back to Chicago and then work it out after there." I mean, it's just unbelievable. Now, there is a way we could, because we're a continent, right? We're surrounded by ocean. There is a way that we could defend ourselves from any invasion force. If we had 20 nuclear missiles, $2 billion each, that'll be $40 billion, and we just haven't pointed at the sea. So anyone who decided to send a whole bunch of ships our way, we'd just nuke them in the ocean. You wouldn't get here. That'd be enough to defend ourselves. We wouldn't need troops or anything else. Just 20 nuclear missiles, right? But the Aussies here, most Aussies, and I'm sure Francis will be one of them, would say, oh, no way, we can't have 20 nuclear missiles to defend our country to stop anyone invading. Now, that for me is just essentially irresponsible, because if you have a country, you've got to stop people invading. I'm not saying we should have any more than that, but we wouldn't need we wouldn't need an army, we wouldn't need a navy or anything like that if we just had 20 nukes pointed at the ocean to stop invasion.
Right.
And we didn't have that in World War II, and we now rely on the Americans. We have Pine Gap, we have military bases in the north that are American. And controlled by the Americans.
Well, you can't rely on us anymore. We're not very reliable.
No, the problem is, Tim, that you guys actually have command of Pine Gap. You have command of these bases, so we don't even have a say of what you do on them, right?
Can I
It's
talk?
as simple as that.
Yeah,
So I'll let me finish
yes.
my point. My point is simply, we can't defend the border of this country from an invasion force if it was a flotilla of ships coming from another country. There's only two countries that could probably do that. One's Indonesia. They're unlikely to do it, and we've become better friends with them over the last few decades. So I'm not particularly concerned about them. But China is obviously a concern, though I'm not concerned the way our conservatives are here. I think it's an overblown threat. The Chinese haven't naturally been invasion forces, but things change in the world, and when you've got the capacity to do something, then there is a chance you could use it. So I'm just simply saying, at least 10 nuclear missiles would simply take away any chance that anyone could invade us, and that would be guaranteed, because you can't get your ships through a nuclear explosion. That's it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
then you say no one can ever land on the
up.
country. We're defending ourselves.
Yeah. Francis, everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is.
Well, I checked in on you in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to respond to John, right? Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
He's talking about nuclear weapons being used, etc., etc., etc. Have you ever heard of Helen Caldicott? Have any of you heard of Helen Caldicott?
No.
Okay. She was a pediatric doctor. So she brought children into the world. And she decided to dedicate herself to stop the ability or the possibility of a nuclear war. So she went around the world talking about the effects of what would happen if a nuclear winter happened. And one of the things she did was she stood in front of the ACT. You're not Australian. I don't think there's anyone here on the panel that's Australian, but that's the Australian Council of Trade Unions. Bob Hawke, who became Prime Minister, was the leader at that time. And she stood in front of the workers of the union organisation, the Australian Trade Union Organisation, Trade Union Organisation Council, whatever you want to call it.
Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Yeah, exactly. She stood there in front of those people in a velvet jumpsuit. Being a bit sexy, right? Cool. And then she described to every one of those workers what would happen if there was a nuclear winter on their testicles.
Just the testicles?
Just the testicles? In graphic detail. Do you know what happened?
The testicles shriveled up.
Yeah, Australia still couldn't defend itself fucking 50 years later. Yeah, that's what happened.
No more testicles.
They banned any nuclear uranium exports from the wharves in Australia. Took it 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, they exist in other countries that have used them, have them. Other countries that haven't used them have them. And so, trying to avoid it.
Do you know what my point is?
I'm not sure what your point is.
The point is, if you know in detail what something like a nuclear winter means, to you on a personal level, are you
We
gonna
know what it
fucking
looks like. We studied the people after we dropped nukes on them. We know what it looks like. People know
So
what it
why
looks
are
like, and
we
they
allowing
still
this to start happening again?
allowing
Why
people
are we
to
allowing someone like Trump to allow this to start happening again?
allow them to do what?
To use it as a threat. In other words, basically the idea that, look, nukes are supposed to end war in itself, ideally. If we were smart, it would
ends
end
humanity.
all war. Well, it would end humanity, but it should make going to war a no-win situation, which is...
It is.
Yes. So using them would be a civilization-ending event, or could be, if it becomes widespread.
Yes.
That's number one. So we've had nothing but... Well, he's using it as a threat, like Russia uses it as a threat, but they end up going in with conventional forces anyway. My thought is that, yes, they're supposed to deter fighting, but the thing is, we can't get along and have a conversation before we start bombing each other, and that's, the military-industrial complex has got to make their money.
But I mean, here's the thing: like, it's a deterrent until some jackass like Trump decides to use them offensively, and then it's no longer a deterrent.
Right.
But because others have him enough to unalive the entire world, like Australia having them doesn't save Australia. Right? When other people start to engage in it, like, it's not going to save Australia.
Tim,
you ever read on the beach?
Just to clarify, Tim, you were saying if Australia doesn't have them, it doesn't stop other countries having them. That's what you meant,
correct?
Right?
Yes.
You should read On the Beach by Neville Shute, because it's a story about a nuclear war in the north, and what happens in Australia is the last place where there's no radiation, and what happens. So, the reality is, if there is a full-scale World War III nuclear event, it's going to be, ending regardless, at the end of the day. So, we don't want that. I actually fear more of a biological war than I do nuclear war. I actually think bioweapons are a bigger threat, actually.
I agree with that.
So,
but the point I'm simply making is this: and it's an Australian thing, so I'm going to stop on this point. But the point is you got one or two choices, and George Washington actually said it when he first became president, which is the country that doesn't defend itself becomes the supplicant of other countries. Now I'm paraphrasing him, but he basically said that. He said we've got to defend ourselves, otherwise we fall under the thumb of other countries. Now, Australia's still got the fucking Union Jack on its flag. We still haven't got out of we've got a King of England is the King of Australia, for fuck's sake. You guys have got a whole passage in your national anthem singing about how you fucking kill them in the third stanza. It's like they're killing the Poms, their flag's not standing. We've still got the fucking flag, and we've still got the king on our fucking coins. And so here we are, supplicant to Britain, supplicant to the United States, because we can't defend ourselves. And my whole fucking point is really simple, that if you want to be uniquely Australian and you don't want to be under the thumb of Britain or America, then you've got to be able to defend yourself. And I'm saying the very minimum position that is, in my mind, is at the minimum 10 nuclear weapons, and probably 20 in case a couple of them get stopped or don't get through or don't take off. Now, can you just not interrupt? I didn't interrupt you, Francis. Hey, you're welcome to have your view when I finish, okay? Just have some bloody decorum. Okay, right? I'll finish my point, then you can make your fucking point. Just because you don't like what you hear doesn't mean you should interrupt. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, there you go again, you can't help yourself. I said you're a rude cunt because your husband's obviously a fucking pig-headed cunt. Both of you are cunts.
Do you know what?
All right, it's as simple as that.
The beautiful Michael Boyd.
Well, that's you are because you can't help
I'm going to
yourself.
go ahead and get the violation timer up there so it'll be easier for me when John gets kicked.
I'll stop now. But anyway, look, my point is simple: that Australia has never been able to remove itself from being the supplicant of other countries, and it's because we have people in this country who don't understand how that's done. And then they'd rather take these, here they are being all idealistic about nuclear weapons, and at the same time, we've got a king of England. I mean, it's ridiculous. Americans don't get it, and the reason you don't get it is because you guys aren't that stupid, quite frankly. I mean, you look at us and go, how fucking stupid are these people? And I go, pretty fucking stupid, to be honest.
Yeah, I take your point because when you get a rogue person like Trump in charge that's just, and there it goes. I got to drop
that's
you.
Francis keeps reporting me, mate. That's why.
I got to drop you, John. I
can't
appreciate
hack
it, man. I appreciate it, man.
Haven't reported you once.
Okay. For the record, it is what it is. Now, that didn't even give a time frame, so I usually it'll say restricted for 10 minutes, but that one didn't say that, so I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I already have it pulled up here.
I didn't report him.
We'll just do that. Anyway, so I take John's point. When you get a rogue piece of garbage that is in charge of a nuclear stockpile that could, 10 times over destroy the entire planet, what is the purpose of not having them? You know what I mean? Like, as a deterrent prior to that thing happening, to just not be fucked with. Like Iran should have them, in my opinion. I don't think the United States would have.
Iran again. What about
Doesn't Israel
has
have
200 or 400? I'm sorry, Israel has a Samsung directive to boom the
Right.
whole world if they are to be eradicated, which we will eradicate them. I'm Egyptian. I'm willing to sacrifice my life to get rid of those demons. Yeah, but I don't know what you're talking about, man. Iran doesn't have nukes. If it had nukes, it would have released it already.
Wait, maybe you didn't hear what I said. I said they should have. They need to get them.
I
is what I meant.
don't really subscribe to them having them either. But
because they
just
wouldn't be
being fair
fucking
there.
with them.
If Israel
if they had them,
yeah,
Israel
Egypt
and the
have them
United
too,
States.
because we had a war with Israel. No, I'm sorry. Egypt, my country, should have nukes too.
But not
Because
Iran?
Israel has like 400, 200
But
of them.
not Iran.
Problem. For me, I wouldn't like to have anybody else compete with me. I mean, that's normal, right? But
I'd like no
If
one to
Iran-
have
we have
nukes, but
We have
Well-
no contract. We have no conflict with Iran. I have no conflict with Iran.
It's a deterrent.
yes, I still don't
Look
want
at North
anybody to have them.
Korea. Yes, I mean that's utopia, but we're not going to get rid of them, right? That's
Well,
they exist.
We don't need 100. We don't need 100 times over to destroy the planet either. We just need enough to
I don't disagree with you, but the reality is what it is. They exist.
I know.
They're not
I
going
know.
away.
I know.
You know what a deterrent is?
Yes.
Don't be an asshole.
Well, that's one thought. A deterrent is actually working together to create equality across the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is using your military, using your infrastructure, using those technologies to bring peace and education, housing.
And raise the standard of living.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ask Iran how that's working when they were in the middle of negotiation and sat down and they had already negotiated with us before, signed an agreement, got ripped up, got into a negotiation, got their quote unquote nuclear sites bombed, sat back down after that happened, had another negotiation, and then got bombed again. And you want to sit here and say that having diplomacy and sitting down and talking about it is deterrent? Bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's if we actually did it with good faith. I mean, part of the problem
We
is
live in the world that we live in. We don't live in the world that we want to live in. If you are going to ignore the reality of that which exists around you, there's something wrong with your brain. We exist.
Yeah, we're
in
not
this
ignoring
world.
it.
Yes, you
but
are.
the reality, no, I'm not, because what we have is a rogue president that is doing shit to distract from certain things that he doesn't want us to be talking about, partly too.
I mean, but even still, it's happening.
I know it doesn't make it right.
Nobody said it was right, but it's happening, and this is what we're dealing with. And so Iran having a nuclear weapon might have deterred the United States from going in there. Look at North Korea. They chanted death to America. They got an ICBM. They got a nuclear weapon. We don't fuck with them, even though they hate us and would like to destroy us, and in fact put troops in with Russia to fight against our, quote, proxy in Ukraine. Yet we don't fuck with them. Why? Because they have a nuclear weapon that can reach us. So again, like it's the United States is a bully.
Oh yes, I agree with that. Doesn't make it right. I mean, how do we stop being a bully? Because we used to have the moral high ground, and now we don't because of Trump.
Right. I mean, and it's, I don't know. But Israel certainly needs to be taught a very fucking fine lesson at this point. That whole country can't exist in its current form, in my opinion, anymore. They just can't. They are what they claim Iran is, which is the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world, and a threat to the United States, for that matter.
God, if my Jewish friend heard you say that shit, oh my God, you would be hearing it.
I wouldn't give a shit.
I'm just saying, I hear it from both sides. So like I'm from Jewish family, and let's just say I understand the very complicated arguments that are going on about the situation down there from both sides.
I mean, it's not too complicated. It's not too complicated to me. Don't send somebody into somebody else's country and traffic little girls to get raped by these disgusting, perverted rich men. Don't do that.
I know.
And don't put boom booms in cell phones and decapitate people. Yahya Ayash, look it up. Don't put boom booms in walkie-talkies and pagers and detonate. Don't do this stuff. Don't go into Egypt and plant boom booms to get the United States involved in something. Don't go to the United States and lie to our Congress and claim that this person and that person, they've got weapons of mass destruction, to then unalive tens of thousands of our fucking troops. And spend
totally
$9 trillion over the course of 20 fucking years.
Past 30 years, the J country has been very fucked up. I don't disagree.
It's got nothing to do with fucking J people. It's got to do with that goddamn country. The fucking people running it are sick.
Right. Yeah, the government. And it's the right-wing part of their government. Yes, I agree, is fucked up. But it's the same thing we have here, is we have the same problem with a right-wing, ideology that's, pretty ugly as well, and it's causing issues as well. I mean,
Yeah, and they claim to be Christians, but the problem isn't Christians. It's these fucking people.
No, they're not real Christians. I mean, I've heard a lot of Christians that basically, say they're not real Christians, and they're not. They're the evangelical, white supremacist ones. I mean, it's the ideology of the Triple K. So
now, Francis, if your husband were to hear me say all that, what would he say?
Look,
you anti-Semite.
My man is not actually religious. Okay? Nor am I. I'm an atheist.
Oh, well, earlier he was saying we were anti-Semites. Or I guess he was saying you were.
Yeah, no, he's very challenged by what's happening at the moment. And I understand that. I totally understand it, because people who he's lived with, he's been part of in Israel, were affected by what happened on the 7th of October, whatever it was. It's a very complex conversation. We argue all the time, okay? You heard some of those arguments today.
We did.
Yep. And I think it's fair that we have those interactions because we need to know where one of us or each of us come from. I'll tell you now, I don't fucking like what's going on right now.
Not many people do, dear.
I don't think he does either. I think that there is a very, very conflicting situation going on because he grew up in a situation where he was persecuted because he came from a Jewish family.
In what way?
In most ways. When
In America, it wasn't until I was
we're
50.
talking about in Australia, so I'll just talk about Australia. You can talk. You can
Yeah,
add on.
I can give you an example as well.
Yeah, but he was persecuted. Every time he played sports against another school, there was persecution.
In what way?
Well, he was Jewish. He was denigrated. There are so many examples of how people who come from a Jewish community were put down.
Okay, so give me an example of what persecution looks like for a Jewish person in Australia.
I'd rather somebody else gave an example of what.
I got one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got one. It wasn't until the late 70s that you couldn't be part of certain organizations in America if you were Jewish. So, it's not uncommon.
Until when? In what organization?
They said it was a country club, but that's just one example. That's just an example of something, where Jewish people were not allowed to be part of because they were Jewish.
But they're persecuted by Palestinians. I'm sorry.
Where you
may I
aren't
interrupt
welcome
this?
if you aren't Jewish. Did you know that, Drew? Right here in the U.S., and that's happening right now today.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I'm
sorry.
sure that there are.
I'm sorry. Were they persecuted by Palestinians? Were they persecuted by Gaza residents? Maybe.
Hold on.
Ma'am, can I say a sentence without you interrupting?
Hold on. You are actually stepping into.
I've been holding on for too long, ma'am. Yeah.
You're stepping into a conversation that just started. So my partner had and has been exposed to prejudice his whole life. And
I'm sorry for him. But was persecuted by Palestinians?
Excuse me, as a Jewish person or coming from a Jewish family, because I don't know that he actually identifies himself as being religiously Jewish, but being a Jew, he has actually lived with persecution. He lives with the history of what happened to his family in the Holocaust, with the aunts who nearly died by being spiked with what do you call them, hose or something like that in the hay when they were trying to move from border to border, and one of their sisters died.
Okay, so the memory of his ancestors is something that he didn't go through as persecution to him?
But it's part of his family history.
Well, sure.
But
I asked how he was persecuted.
Yeah, it's part of his identity. And you know what? Identity is extremely important for everyone. My identity.
So it is for the Gaza people.
It's perceived.
Exactly.
It's perceived, not actual.
Exactly.
He feels persecuted even if he's not. He's always a victim.
He's felt the actual persecution. There's a difference between perceived and feeling. All right? I feel the persecution that happened with my family when they were transported to Australia as Irish convicts. I feel that persecution. It's different to perceiving what happens into the future.
And I still haven't heard actual persecution, though.
Do you not think that when you're moving from one country to another, trying to actually, what's the word for it? Flee.
And try not to get killed on the way.
Yeah, Nazi persecution.
Wait. Oh, John, as soon as you came up, I got another violation. I got to drop you. Yeah, so
I'll catch you next time, buddy.
All right, man, we'll see you. That's fucking funny.
To watch your sister being forked and killed in a bunch of hay while you're going through a cart to try and actually leave.
So what country was he leaving?
His grandmother?
No, I thought you were talking about persecution he actually lived through.
It's history. It's history from what happened in the Second World War.
Oh, I see. So okay, so I get that. There are fucking horror stories. My ancestors had the females had their breasts cut off and used as spittoons. Were unalived, so these memories are not persecutions against me, right? So I understand that there's generational trauma that can go on with that, and I get that. But I'm asking about persecution, which is a very specific word that he has dealt with. You said that he's been persecuted in Australia because he was a J person. I'm just trying to understand what that looks like in Australia.
It's fucking hard. It's not something that's simple.
So, did somebody not hire him because he was a Jewish person?
Well, he came from a look, I don't know how to say this to you, but he came from a family that had a certain amount of wealth. But no, you do not walk into a place with your culture in an Australian white secular system and not be judged. And I think that happens in America as well.
What is his skin color?
Can we answer? I mean, I don't know. Was he persecuted by Palestinians? I'm asking. Was he persecuted by Egyptians, for example, maybe, God forbid? Or is he persecuted by Australians in your case now? And he maybe wants to claim land of Australia, you know what I mean? And he get the fuck out of Palestine.
Sorry, I don't know how to actually pronounce your name.
I went with Kahunux. Maybe I'm off.
It's just Kahuna.
Kahuna.
It's Kahuna. The rest is my initials. Anyways, yeah.
Gotcha.
Regardless, I mean, I don't understand your husband's Jewish. And actually, false. He's the convert. He's a guy from Europe, and
Ashkenazi.
Basically, he's not from Israelite. I am from, because I discovered that part of my family is actually half Jewish and living in Sfakas in Tunisia still. So they haven't moved to the province, Yeah, because there are Jews that don't believe in this. This indoctrinated thing. And I don't understand where he gets persecuted by some Australians, and then he sympathizes against Iran for some reason. It's really weird for me. Or it feels like he's Semitic.
Right. I think that's
even though he's not an Israelite.
That's actually a great point.
Language, actually, there's a lot of migrations. If you know what it means to look into anthropology, then you'll find out that most of these Europeans are actually from India or from the migration from upper parts of what we call currently India. But basically, what I'm getting here is the vibes that we are persecuted. That's why we are unaliving kids in masses in Lebanon and Palestine. I don't get it. I mean, what makes not sleep? Is it because he feels consciously, not a human being anymore because he supports an Epstein nation? I don't know. Just you explain to me these things.
Well, Francis, I think he brings up a good point based on what he himself was saying about Hamas and Hezbollah and all of the things he was putting on.
Who has generation trauma too?
He has not based on them though, Drew, based on Germans, right? Germans did that. Germans, no, Germans did that, sir. Not Palestinians.
No, I know.
She just
I know,
brought
but
up. Hold on, Drew.
About...
Hold on, Drew. I see what you're trying to do. She was talking about him feeling persecuted because of his history. And then she brought up what happened in Germany or Poland or wherever the fuck it was.
Sure.
Not Palestinian. From
I understand that.
So why are you bringing up Palestinians causing
because
generational trauma to this dude?
They have generational trauma. The Palestinians have generational trauma. Well.
Sure. Okay. My apologies then. I thought you were trying to say.
I'm not trying to defend them.
No. I thought you were trying to say he had generational trauma from the Palestinians. That's my bad.
No.
Okay.
No, what I'm trying to say is that there is generational trauma all around the board. Everybody's got generational trauma. Everybody's been fucking beaten up by somebody. At the end of the day, it doesn't justify
Drew,
using
I was beat
force.
up by kids.
Okay, so did
Drew, I actually subscribe to what you're saying. I want to say something. I was in a school in Abu Dhabi, and most of the people around me were Palestinian and Levant descendants, people from Lebanon and all the Arab world. And Egypt had a peace treaty. Me as a 16-year-old or 15 or 12-year-old, I was just a kid. Those kids were actually, mimicking their parents. So they kept calling haters because we had a peace treaty with Israel, right? So I'm persecuted by the Palestinians to go and unalive the whole of, because that's too.
Look, everybody's got a story.
I feel I'm mature enough to feel. This has nothing to do with me being Egyptian. It doesn't have to do with them being Palestinians. It's just parents who were in a certain situation that was political at the time. I got no generational trauma from the fact that my Egyptian country, Egypt, was actually occupied by the British for a hell of a lot of time, and they were persecuting us. We had different courts, it's like clear and utter apartheid. Yeah, I don't know where she's coming from. I can't really relate to what she's talking about.
Well, I think what I find extremely similar on all sides of the coin here is that everybody's been victimized by one group or another, and they want to use violence to give it back. And at the end of the day, it doesn't solve anything. And, life is precious. Sorry, I think we all want to have, a nice place to live, a little security, and not feel like, going around the next corner, someone's going to try to stick a hot poker in you, because they don't like you. Okay. And that goes for Palestinians, that goes for the J people, that goes for the Americans, that goes for the black people. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on. At the end of the day, these are all excuses to justify violence, in my opinion. And that is part of the problem for me. I mean, I am a practicing Quaker, and I am completely would never carry a gun, don't believe in hitting things, won't kill a bug, any of that shit, to the extreme. And I just think all of these arguments about, I'm a victim, and they beat us up, they killed us, or any of that stuff is just justification to validate your feeling that you are justified in being violent to that person because they were historically violent to you. And, what the fuck does that solve? Nothing, in my opinion, but I'll land it there.
Okay, Drew, I hear you, and I totally agree with you on so many levels. I am not religious. I'm an atheist, if you want to break everything down. But
I'm sort of an atheist too, but that's beside the point. Go ahead, sorry.
You're a Quakeist.
Yeah, Quakers doesn't mean I believe in God. I don't believe in God.
I do believe that every person has a right to be and to live their own life and reality. I think that's the most succinct way I can say this. What is happening right now, if I was to break down what's happening within our society right now, is a failure of capitalism. It is not doing what it was meant to do, to give people a chance of equality. It's just not fucking doing that.
Capitalism isn't based on equality, though. That's the thing. I mean, in order for capitalism to work, you got to have poor people and you got to have rich people. And that isn't raising the standard of living for everybody. And that's, it's also not financially, they don't see the financial benefit of raising the lifestyle of everybody, because if they did, there'd be more money in the economy flowing through the economy and make it more active. And because of the pay disparity, the rich people sit on the money, 60% of the money. And so the economy starves for capital in order to spend, in order to keep it active. So, a lot of this, I mean, I hate to say it, it's the rich people. We need to start eating the rich. And sorry to say, but that's my opinion.
Agree, Drew. I totally agree. And one of the things that has been going through my head for a long period of time is that we don't need to be supporting a ideal of jobs being your identity. It's not possible into the long-term future. As AI comes in, as we change into a totally different technology, and one of those technologies that probably supports the higher echelon of fucking, what's the word for it, exploiters, we need something like a universal basic income. We need to take away the idea of job is your identity, and we need to move into another part of what society might be. And I'm so fucking angry that we are hearing the trying to change our directive into being slaves.
Well, we already are economic slaves as it is right now. I mean, they have us at such a point now where nobody can afford to stop working. I mean, I'm not going to be able to retire because of this. I will literally die at my job, probably. I will probably die at my job.
Are you going to accept that, or are you going to try and make change?
I would. Why do you think I'm opening my mouth? I mean, I'm opening my mouth because I all I see is everybody pissed off at each other, playing the victim, and trying to justify blowing each other up because somehow that's going to solve a problem. At the end of the day, it doesn't. It's not, and we're all angry at each other for some sort of historical fucking hurt that really doesn't solve anything in the here and now. And the here and now is we have rich people that are basically making us, their economic slaves. And, we're not
through
focused
usury.
on that.
Through usury.
Right, through usury. Right. And do you think once they get all of these robots to take our jobs, they're going to give us a UBI? No, they want us. I keep coming back to the Georgia Guidestones. one of the things it says in there is to maintain a population of only 8 billion people or something like that, 8 million people, which means they want to have 90% of the population go bye-bye. So, part of these wars is to, clean house a little bit, I hate to say.
And that's why they won't give us health care.
Right, because they, why should they? Because, we're all going to be dead in a little bit anyway, and if they don't give us health care, we'll die sooner.
So do we accept that?
No, we don't.
They won't give you 5. Drew, they won't give you 5 to 7 hearts like David Rockefeller. He got on a God list, and he got 5 or maybe 4 to 7 hearts. At 99, he was snatched by the devil.
Cheney got his artificial heart. So, I hear you. I mean, but your ability to pay for medical care should not be, the reason you live or die.
Well, even just being able to pay for it isn't the only thing that goes into that. It's what you can do for somebody else that will boost you up on the list.
I am a dentist. I'm a medical professional myself, by the way.
Can I tell you something right now? Here in Australia, right? I had to have a hip replacement. I got it last year.
That cost you? How much did that cost you, man?
It didn't cost me anything.
How much did it cost you?
Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Nothing.
Okay. But it cost the government or the NHS and the country some hefty sum. And you will have only one hip at the time. We actually developed a way to do both hips at a time. Total knee replacement also for both knees at a time, one time. And we do it for a fraction of the price. So we get the same prosthetics from those same oligarchic
right, because the government can negotiate
they give it to
prices.
us because they cannot afford not to have Egyptian market.
Can I also
For 5,000 plus, we get it for $800. I'm not joking. I have a whole repository of knees and hip bones, and they are for tenth of the price.
You're cutting out, Kahuna. You're cutting out. Your audio keeps it's almost like a robot. It'll skip every other word. It's kind of hard to keep track.
Can you hear me?
I apologize.
Yeah. I don't, no, you're good. I just, I try to follow what you say. And then sometimes it'll come in, you can hear everything you say, but then it'll go back to skipping every other word or, it's kind of weird. I've never heard it before.
So I have
Mossad may have your phone intercepted.
The internet's probably going through some issues right now anyway because of the military actions and stuff. You realize that, right? So
it's the Strait of Hormuz.
There's been a low level war online for a very long time at this point. So
and speaking of that, real quick, let me pull this up. This just came across my feed. White House asked for record-breaking $1.5 trillion for defense in new budget requests. White House, in its budget request for 2027, is asking Congress to approve roughly $1.5 trillion for defense. That's a $445 billion or 42% increase from the 2026 total level, according to the White House. While he simultaneously says that we can't afford your daycare, we can't afford your Medicare. Let me pull this video up so everybody hears it right from the fucking horse's ass mouth. Oh, guest violation warning. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Drew, you were flagged for misinformation. I got to drop you. I don't know what that's all about. Who fucking knows, man? That's crazy. All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Let's see. I'm going to remove. Okay. It didn't give me a time frame either, so I don't know. I'm sure you'll get the notification. You'll probably see it in your notification. Anyway, here's the horse's ass.
I'm surprised I didn't get violation, man. I'm surprised I didn't get a violation.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But here we go.
Don't send any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes. but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them, Russell.
And see, that's such bullshit because this motherfucker literally just wanted them to cut taxes on wealthy people. So they cut taxes, which reduces revenue. And now the motherfucker says, we need more money for military. We got a war going on, so we can't pay for all the things that we promised people. So, bitch, if you're going to cut my shit, I want every fucking penny that I ever fucking paid in one big ass check. And now this bitch is wanting $445 billion more dollars to kill people across the fucking pond in a place that ain't got shit to do with anybody here. These scumbag fucking MAGA pieces of shit even had somebody up here earlier arguing, oh, well, what he says is, yeah, it's not, the government isn't responsible for that. The states are. These fucking idiots, if he really wanted to pay for it, they could just increase the taxes. If that's what they need, if there's no difference between the state and the federal, just fucking increase the federal tax. Why would you be like, oh, the states can just increase their tax? Like, bitch, this is crazy.
Are you aware that I think Trump is actually copying his favorite dictator, Sisi, in Egypt? Because he basically, what we're getting here is the same bullshit that you're getting from Trump. It's just a bit late. It's like as if we are now ahead of you guys.
Can I interject? I just want to say this, right? Because, Francis, you brought up UBI, right? And here's my issue with UBI. UBI is going to be a government-funded program, just like welfare is a government-funded program, right? And this government does not want to fund any of those programs. That's my first problem with it. My second problem is that, excuse me, hold on a second. My second problem with it is that with it being a government funded program means that the government has to get the money from somewhere, right? So does the government borrow the money from the top 1% who they borrow money from all the time? Or do they get the money from the
Take that shit.
Hey, right? Like, so because we know they're not taxing the top 5% at the rate that they should be in order to fund social programs such as, you know, Social Security and welfare benefits and universal health care. So they're not going to fund UBI, right? UBI is not the answer. The answer is having a government that is willing to tax the top 5%, the 35% or more that they used to tax them when we got out of the Great Depression, when we made systems like the minimum wage so people didn't live impoverished, when we made systems like the unemployment benefits, Social Security, retirement, and things like that, right? UBI is not going to fix the system when the system is being broken on purpose, because the ultimate goal at the end of all of this is to have everybody dependent on these top 5% companies, right?
Amen.
So they're going to force us to have to work for them, to live in their buildings, right? Because we're not going to be able to own anything, right? And if they give us a universal basic income, it's going to be based off the score or the job that you're doing for.
Are you a good citizen?
Right. So UBI is not the answer for me. That's still depending on the very government that we're sitting here saying we have a problem with the way that they're functioning, right? We can't rip government out of social programs and then say, oh, let's implement UBI, because that still falls under social programs, if you ask me. So I don't think that's the answer. I think the answer is that making it in the United States to the point where we shouldn't have to rely on working in order to live. Like the bare minimum should be given to everybody at a bare minimum rate.
So hold on, I need to respond here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can the rest? Can Lonnie hear me?
Lonnie, can you hear Francis?
I can hear. I'm not deaf.
I can hear her.
Because
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. So there is a couple of things that I think I need to address here. Universal basic income is not reliant on government. It's reliant on giving a payback from people who exploit our resources. If you look at what's happening in Norway, they have put a 75% tax on their resources, fuel resources, and they give it back to the people in their country. It's a universal basic income. But if you want to talk about what is happening as we go forward, jobs are going to constrict. There are not going to be jobs for everybody. In fact, one of the statistics that I looked at here in Australia was that back in the 70s, more than 70% of the job work stats was for lower income people. It is now 7%.
Well,
So all of those people who worked in lower income wages, they don't have jobs anymore. We are looking at a shift and a change with what happens with our workplace situation. And most of the middle income jobs are now being taken over by AI. And even the upper high jobs are being taken over by AI. So if you are a doctor, AI can do most of the work that you couldn't do as a doctor. So we need to find another way to give equality to people.
I did say that though, and you missed that part because I said that at bare minimum, people should automatically be given the bare minimum: food, shelter, water. We shouldn't have to work to pay for those things. That's what I said.
And
so
that's where,
I don't know where you missed that part when you came in saying that these jobs, because I know what's about to happen. That's why I said at bare minimum, people should be given these things and not have to work for them, because I understand the way the jobs are going. You didn't hear that part.
A universal basic income becomes extremely important.
Because I already stated that they're not taxing those people already. The same people that you brought up in Norway, in the United States, are not being taxed as the way you suggested it. So that would require taxing the top 5% that own everything, and that's not what they're doing. That's what I said.
I think Lonnie's point was that for the UBI to work, that you'd have to change the system, because currently they're the ones running it. And if the government's the one doling out your check, then they have control over whether you get that money or not. As opposed to if you have a house, it's free, food's free, water free, electricity free, shit like that. And then all the rest of the extra stuff, you can figure that out on your own.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it?
Islamic system provides for everybody, even those who are not even from the same faith. If they are under your authority, your governance, you gotta provide for them basic everything, and they gotta have it annually. And everybody has to pay 2.5 of their annual profits. 2.5. Forget about the jizya. It's 1% for those able to fight, who are from the faiths that we're fighting. In case you're fighting your own faith, we don't get you to fight your own people or whoever is, the same faith. So basically give you even those people who are under the auspices of any Islamic country, there is one, they're supposed to be fulfilled to live comfortably, and then work comes later. But basically they'll have basic income or basic food, water, and electricity, everything, gas,
Are they though?
Not currently. We don't have an Islamic system that runs in any of the countries that we have. Maybe Iran, I'm not sure, but I think they still have predilection to those who work in the government over those who are just normal common people.
Yeah, I mean, capitalism infected fucking everything, and it's fucked us all up.
I mean, China pays for their people, right? Like China makes sure their people have the bare minimum, right? And then they all have, because China's operating with robots and AI, right? But they make sure that their people have at least the bare minimum, right? The homeless in China isn't as astronomical as the homelessness here in the United States. And there's a reason for that, right? So this idea of thinking that the government is going to tax the companies and use that extra tax to pay the people is not what's happening, right? When we shouldn't have to have a job to have basic shelter, food, and water. Like that shouldn't be the reason for it, right? We should be able to have it, right, at barely nothing. Everybody should be able to obtain these things without a struggle. If you choose to rent, so be it. You rent. If you choose to buy a house, so be it. Buy a house, right? But the struggle that we're currently in right now with the fact that houses are hard to obtain, and also because people who rent out places know that they are charging astronomical prices for that, but the wages that were meant to be non-poor wages, right? Minimum wage was to keep people from being impoverished, which is now the impoverished wage, shouldn't be what it is. It should have been going up with inflation, right? So the best wage for minimum wage should be at best $25 an hour, right? And this argument of all the other stuff that goes with it is irrelevant in that argument, because if people had a way to make a decent wage, they wouldn't be as reliant on the government as they are, because less people would be eligible to receive social programming such as welfare, because they would be making enough money to support themselves, even with a one income household.
Lonnie.
And so that's my point. Like this UBI is not necessary. And I get your argument with, AI is taking over, but we have AI in China who started AI, and their people are not as impoverished as us. So make the connection between China and all of that.
You're totally arguing against yourself. If a universal basic income gives you the ability to live
I didn't say universal basic income. I said no universal basic income. I said a livable wage. That's what I said. I need you to listen and hear what I'm saying. No universal income. None. Get rid of it. There's no point in it. Pay people what they're owed, and people wouldn't need to depend on the government. That is my point.
Wait. You are interrupting me the whole time. If a universal basic income gives every person the ability to live with a decent standard where they have the ability to house themselves, to pay for their food, to enable themselves to strive to a better situation, and do not interrupt me here, we can provide that economically. We could provide that right now. If we gave people that ability to have the individual choice about what they were doing, where they were going, where they would study, how they would actually explore themselves as persons, it would only be a benefit, not a deficit. And there are so many situations right now where our young people, where our older people, where our intermediate people do not have the choice to explore themselves and to give the best that they have for themselves, because they're just trying to fucking survive. And surviving is not a good situation for any of us, because it means that we have to sacrifice all the things that make us who we are, make us able to participate, make us fucking brilliant. We're just we're just
But
trying to.
you're going to trade off control of your own life also, and that's why I said
How?
that we have to make sure that the safeguards are in place to
explain to me how.
ensure. Because if the government is run by people who control everything, which is currently the case, at least in the United States, I don't know about Australia, but in the United States, our government is run by billionaires and, people that are friends of billionaires. And so
Only if you're willing to.
if they are to give us something, which, why would they? But, if they do, they now control your ability to get a paycheck, get a check at all. And so the moment that you step out of line or don't agree or you dissent or you say something they don't like, your check all of a sudden is gone. And now what do you do? Right. So you have to guard for that. Right. That's my only point.
And my point on that is, real quick, before you continue, my point on that is the fact that if, like I said earlier, if everybody had the bare minimum of food, shelter, and water, people would be more free to do what they wanted to do, right? They could choose whether or not they wanted to work for extra money or if they just wanted to spend their life making pottery in the backyard and it made them happy. Like, if people had the bare minimum already provided, they could do whatever it was they wanted to do instead of choosing to work 8, 12, 16 hours a day to make enough money to scrape by to pay rent, which is astronomical. That was my point, right? So that's what I'm saying. What you're saying is UBI is giving people money, right? But why do we have to give people money if people have what they need at a base level and then they can choose to go make more money to live more comfortably? That is my point.
I'm actually not saying that it gives people money. I'm saying that it gives people the choice to actually expand who they are and what they have to offer, rather than actually being reliant on how they get their money.
What if that person disagrees with what the government is doing and posts something against the government? They're going to cut it off. That's how they find control.
That's right.
Discord. That's actual really good ways of actually exploring.
I thought we live in America. I mean, if I want to say I don't like what's happening in Iran, I should be able to post it without my funds getting cut off. Yeah, it's there's no way the government's going to do something to benefit the American people. I'm sorry. It's all about elites. Right now, it's about elites getting tax breaks,
If you have
elites going to
universal
college
basic
for.
income, elitism is gone. You
It's
are
not
able
gone.
to do what you want
It's
to
not
do
gone.
and say what you want to say and
No,
not
you're
have
not.
to.
No, you're not allowed to say what you're about to say. Come on now.
You are. You are.
Okay, so
You
so let's make one thing clear. Just because you're giving UBI doesn't mean that elitism is gone, right? Because I mean, think for Francis, I'm okay with the UBI, generally speaking, as long as they cannot take it from you in any way, and as long as they aren't making it so that the currency that you're given, the UBI, doesn't get deflated to the point where you now can't afford anything in the same way that they did with minimum wage, where if it doesn't keep up, now you may be getting a $2,000 check, but if you can't afford shit, what's the point? Instead, you make water, housing, electricity, food, fucking phone, internet, all that shit free. And then anything on top of that, you can go and hustle or, build wares or, trade or, whatever the case is. That ensures that you can, sustain yourself without dealing with the currency being a problem.
Francis, Francis, I have a question for you.
Well, that was to Francis. I did want to hear what she had to say.
This is the point, right?
And period products. Thank you, Lorette.
This is the point. We should not have to deal with what capitalism is confining and restricting us to deal with. Electricity, fucking, do you know how much, sorry, I'm just going to get a bit emotive here. Do you know how much poison is being put into the air with Trump and his fucking war in Iran at the moment?
What does this
How
have to
much
do with what we're talking about?
It's all got to do with what we're talking about. He's poisoning and he is actually enabling another 2 degrees climate.
Okay, what
4
does this?
degrees climate
Please
impact.
wrap this back into the conversation at hand, please.
So we do not need to have to deal with this. We do not have to fucking rely on this sort of.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm okay. I asked you about everybody having their basic necessities met: electricity, water, food, shelter, phone, internet.
About the military industrial complex.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. Okay, I understand. We can move on from that. If Francis isn't going to engage in good faith, then there's no point in dealing with that. You're not engaging in good faith, Francis. You were asked a goddamn question. If it was your fucking topic in the first place, if you're just going to pivot to some other shit, what's the point?
Sorry, go back. Please go back, because I'm more than capable of answering good faith.
Well, you did this earlier too. Something was brought up and you pivoted to something completely and totally different. We went down a totally. We're talking about the basic necessities of life being given to you instead of currency, which can be manipulated and or taken away from you. But if you're getting food, electricity, housing, water, all of those things taken care of, they can't as easily take that from you. I mean, do you understand the point, at least, that she's making? It removes some of the levers of control, remote control, because they could, take away your check from 1 million miles away, right? What do you say to that? It's UBI, but in the form of the actual things that you need to live.
I'm just thinking here for a moment, okay? I don't think those sorts of things can be taken away if you have a universal basic income, because it would be solidly part of law. But I do hear the concern.
Yeah, because like the dollar, for example, is not worth what it used to be, right? It's worth a lot less. It takes more dollars to buy the same stuff that we bought 40 years ago, or hell, even 10 years ago. So if you're getting $2,000 or whatever it is, and somehow they fuck up the currency, like now your $2,000 doesn't go as far, right? And that's somebody's got some echo. I think that's Kahuna.
What if you joined with that universal housing?
Sorry.
Yeah, Kahuna. Can you mute? Because it won't let. There we go. Thank you. Okay, now what, Francis?
What if you join with that universal housing?
I apologize. It unmuted on its own due to shifts from from service provider to the other. But I just like to welcome my sister from Afghanistan, warrior. And Francis, you're not here. You're not responsible for the world, dear. So you don't need to answer to everything we ask you. I mean, it's okay, You don't take a burden of the earth on top of your head, huh?
Well,
No,
it was
I'm
her
just
topic. It was her topic,
Yeah,
Kahuna.
And I was offering examples, thoughts, ways to go forward.
And that's exactly what I was saying, because if you didn't have to worry about paying a mortgage where you lived, if you didn't have to worry about having enough money to go purchase food, if you didn't have to worry about having enough money to pay for the electricity or the gas that runs your home, if you didn't have to worry about those things because those things were already given to you, then the government wouldn't need to support as many people as it currently supports right now, right? So then you would be free to roam the world and do whatever you want to do, right? Because you don't have to stress about those things. So if you had the basic, a place to live that was suitable for your family size, food, access to food, right, with no issue, right? If you had the electricity paid for or the gas paid for, the amenities that you need, that most people struggle with every single day obtaining, then we would eliminate homelessness, right? Eliminating homelessness would eliminate the need for people to rely on social programs such as welfare, right? Such as unemployment, right? So then if Francis, you choose to go work for a company and make extra money and you get enough money to buy a car, well, fine, go buy the car. If you get enough money to buy a bigger house, buy a bigger house, right? But if someone such as myself who wants to plant in the garden all day and play with pottery all day and do whatever I want to do all day long, I have the bare minimum to be able to use my creative freedoms, right? And if I wanted to start a business, I could start a business because the basic part of living is already being provided, right? Which would then start stripping some of these capitalistic systems that we have in place currently, right? Those systems would slowly be torn down because employers wouldn't be able to exploit workers and pay them minimum wage as a leverage, right? Make sure that people have health insurance, then employers can't lock people into their company for lifetime. So then these companies would have to come up with a different business model because people be like, well, if you don't treat me right, I ain't got to come back. Similar to what they were doing when Ford had his plant and he started his company, right? He lobbied so that we could have the 8-hour workday because people were coming to work whenever they felt like they wanted money. And if we went back to a similar system, not the exact system, then the system that is currently in place would not be able to continue to thrive. So giving people money as form of UBI, and if you want anything more than that, then you can go work for somebody, you can find a way to make money and have more than that. But I think people would be fine. Similarly, like I said, in other places that do that, that make sure that their people can afford to have the bare minimum, their homeless population is not as astronomical as ours. And if it is there, they're not using their homeless population to leverage votes, to run the government, to then turn around and exploit those homeless people like they do here in America. And that's where I pause.
I absolutely love you.
Yeah, I mean, does it make sense what she was trying to say earlier?
Oh, it does.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it will work out that way just by default. Because imagine how many families are like, I can't leave this shitty job with this boss that keeps groping my ass or making comments because the moment I do, I have nothing. But if you have, if your electricity is paid for, your house is paid for, your water's paid for, all that's paid for, you'd be like, bitch, get the fuck out of here, and you would walk out the door. And that would correct a lot of problems.
That is the whole point of universal basic income, that you can actually have the choice to do what you need to do. Like for me, I want to paint. I want to take photos of the world around me. I want to share them with people. I don't want to have to find a way to pay the money so I can do that. Because you know what? I fucking can't. Not in my space.
The problem, though, like I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The problem is that the money is, like Lonnie pointed out, it'll almost never be enough for everything. So you're still going to be scrimping, right? And depending on your location, you're going to have more.
No, that's
right?
actually actually not the point. The point is you get enough to enable yourself to sustain who you are, and then you are able to use who you are if you want to get more, to give more. So you might not want to get money, but you might want to give what you have to share with the person, share with your society, but you can still live in a space that you know that you're not going to starve, you're not going to die, etc. You get the choice to decide whether you want to go forward more. Some people might want to.
Well,
Some people might.
you would still have that with no UBI, but everything is basically free, right? You would even more so, I would argue, because like I don't know if my food and everything was paid for, electricity and all that shit, like all of the worries would just wash away, and
Absolutely.
you would find those things that you find enjoyable, and you would focus on that, or sell your wares, or artisan work would be
Do you
more.
watch Star Trek?
But host pharmaceutical companies would be angry at you because you wouldn't be depressed. You wouldn't be depending on them.
Right.
All these stuff.
Yep.
I
Crazy.
just think if they're going to give you money, they should give you real money, not just to pay the rent and still be hungry. Because the average, just in California, every year, because I used to live there, 2.1 million children go hungry just in California. Imagine that. So why are our children going hungry while Israel is benefiting from our tax money? Children, forget adults, children. I used to work for a nonprofit agency, and the first time I saw a little girl come off the street, she was probably 7, 8 years old. I had to excuse myself because I was crying. Because I was like, why is this happening in America?
Paul, you haven't spoken yet. What's up, man? Did you want to jump in there?
Oh, no. I've been sitting here patiently listening to the conversations. Good topic, by the way, on everybody's behalf. I'm going to touch a little bit on the UBI. But first of all, I'd like to address Lonnie on just the term bare minimum. Okay, bare minimum. What is really a bare minimum for everyone across the board?
I think that's a fair question.
So what fits for your family? That is the bare minimum across the board, right? So if you have a wife and 2 kids, then chances are that you could possibly live perfectly fine in a 2-bedroom, right? You and your wife in one room and your 2 kids in another room, right? But that's the bare minimum, right? So everybody has a bedroom. There's space for everybody. Everybody is getting enough of what they need, right? Then if you want 3 bedrooms, then I guess you need to go make some more money and pay the difference from the 2-bedroom that you're allotted to the 3-bedroom that you want. That's what I was saying.
Okay,
In a 2-bedroom like myself, I could be fine in a 2-bedroom. I don't need to go get any more. I can play in my backyard and do my own pottery and make music and whatever I want to do because I'm cool with the bare minimum. Lib might not be cool with the bare minimum. Lib might be needing more. But worst case scenario, if Lib can't make money, then he at least has that 2-bedroom that he can be in and still survive and still live and still do what he needs to do. He's not stressed out. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that answers my question. So basically, the bare minimum all goes back full circle to you making a choice on what you want for yourself as far as a livelihood, is. Now, if we touch on the bare minimum, or not, I won't even use bare minimum. I'm going to use the category of if wages would have kept up with inflation, everything would be honky-dory maybe. But I think what we leave out is if wages would have kept up with productivity, that adds an entirely new dimension to what a wage should be. Okay, because if productivity is high, that means the companies are making a profit. Okay, that means there's consumption in a capitalistic system. So then wages would be in tune with what it takes to live at that particular point. Okay, and I think that would take care of the inflation. But if you want to tie inflation in with productivity, it makes it even better for the consumer. Okay, this is where I'm coming from. I think the guardrails on the UBI idea is a great idea, because I do believe in UBI. Don't get me wrong, okay? But then again, this question has always gone through my mind. When does UBI start? Does that start at birth?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that it would have to, whatever is the cost of a child, whatever that is. And see, that's another issue, and Lonnie brought this up too, is that like California costs way more than Mississippi, right?
Yes.
And so you'd end up with, Californians getting, like she said, 8,000 just to throw out a high number because it's a ridiculous amount, to live
Yes.
there. And that may not ensure that you still get a house. You can effectively be homeless with UBI because it's just, you're still priced out. Right.
Yeah.
And then, lobby the government to, hey, I need a little more, and then that's going to be a constant battle versus, there's a market the food is fucking free. And I don't know, maybe there's a calorie count or something per week, whatever it is to figure out, how much is needed to sustain life. And if you want to grow another 50 pounds, then you're going to have to go out and work and get that or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
So that is a weird part to UBI that'll have to be addressed. I'm sure they can figure that out, base it on cost of living in an area, and it could go up and down from time to time, but still you'd have to budget. You'd have to know that people are going to be, good with their money, as opposed to just giving them the things they need, and then all the rest is extra, So there's many ways to skin this cat, and the one thing I don't want to do is to be under control of these fucking people that currently are ruining the world,
Well, yeah, I get your point, and that's just the framework of our system that we live in right now. The capitalistic system basically requires labor in order for capitalism to even exist. Okay, and if you can't have labor and you just go to UBI, that is in complete conflict with capitalism. Am I right?
I mean, yeah, but socialism has saved capitalism in the past.
Oh no, I agree with that. Wholeheartedly, yes.
I would like to ask you, where is the money coming from to give people universal basic income?
That's a good point, because in order to generate the revenue, it has to come from a tax system that we currently have. Do I believe in the tax system? I do, but it's not equitable. I mean, it's not right for a billionaire to pay less taxes than a family of four that's getting by on $60,000 a year to pay more. I think that's the whole tax code needs to be torn up, burned up, and thrown out the window, and it needs to be based on the actual value of the income that is being generated in order to be able to sustain the UBI. That's how I look at it. Now, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, well, the good thing about a UBI is you'd be able to get rid of food stamps. You'd be able to get rid of WIC. You'd be able to get rid of all of those things. So that's money that can go into that pot. But it's, I think $1,000, for every U.S. citizen is what, $3 trillion or something a year,
The reason
which is
that I say that is
insane.
these companies got to make the money in order to be taxed on the money, right? And in order for
Yes.
these companies to make the money, people got to buy the product that they're selling. So
Right.
people
That's
have to have
consumerism.
money to buy the product in order for these companies to make the money to be taxed. But if people aren't working to make the product, they don't have enough wages to purchase the product, then the company isn't going to make money to be taxed enough to pay a universal basic income, because that in itself is still perpetuating the same capitalistic circle, right? So I would still have to go to work, I would still have to get a wage, I would still have to buy the product so that these companies can then get taxed, so that way the government can then issue out these checks to me, but I'm already working. So if you gave me a wage that I could, or you gave everything free that I need at bare minimum, then if I choose to make a wage, if I can make a wage, then that's what I can do. But if I'm disabled, or if I have a spouse who is unalived and it's just me, a single parent with 2 kids, then I could still take care of my family, and I don't have to worry about making a wage, because I don't have to worry about a roof over my head. I don't have to worry about food in their stomach. Like, this is why I say UBI is not going to be the answer, because at the same time, it still falls in that capitalistic society. So if everybody had the bare minimum, then people could move as they please. And if I don't want a big house, I don't have to have it. But if you do, by all means, go to work and make extra money to pay the difference to have a bigger house, to have extras in life. But they sold us on this convenient tax, that I like to call it, making us feel like we have to have these things in order to survive. And at the end of it all, they're still profiting, because minimum wage is still poverty wage, and they're still winning, and we're still losing at the end of the day. And we still have to get up every day and find a way to continue to pay for the food, the shelter, the water, the electricity that we need in our life just to live. I'm not talking about cars, stuff like that, health insurance. They still have us tied into that system with UBI, because most people stay at a company because they know if they leave that company, their health insurance is going to change, and they can't afford to have their health insurance change. But if it was given at a bare minimum, like other countries do, you wouldn't be sitting around being treated poorly by somebody who is making billions while you're making pennies, to add into the system of, oh, well, every month I'll get a check for $1,000 to $8,000 and I'll be okay. You still got to pay that money. Somebody still got to pay that money. And with that is the reason why I say no UBI, give everybody the bare minimum, make sure they have enough to eat. Everything is free. You can go eat as much as you want. You can, like, gluttony wouldn't be such a big thing, because there wouldn't be people being gluttonous, because a lot of people are eating their emotions, eating their feelings, eating their stress. And if people aren't stressed out, they won't overeat, and there would be enough food. That's the point I'm making.
That's a good point, Lonnie. I think you touched base just about on everything there. I agree with you on that, and I think that our corporate system needs to be totally revamped. I believe that it could probably start with going back to a model that existed in the 1950s, where if the corporation received a tax break, it was all based on how that profit was recirculated back into their own company, as far as improvements, or even in the form of wage increases for their employees. But they've gotten away from that system. And in doing so, it created the beast that we deal with now, where corporations just buy up their own stock, and then it's a false, it's just something totally bogus in the system. But I do agree with you, Lonnie, on that. UBI has a place in our system still, but I don't know if it's like right now.
Yeah, Francis, were you trying to jump in there?
Yeah, I am. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a few things to say here. Fuck the capitalist system. That's the first thing I have to say. Universal basic income is not about supporting capitalism. Not even for a moment. Capitalism is failing. If you don't agree with me, then I'd love to hear some of those arguments. But capitalism is failing. It is not giving people equity in their life. A universal basic income enables people to live without having to worry whether they actually are given, what's the word for it? Freedom. It's the most important thing that comes from life.
Now, I'd argue that capitalism is doing exactly what it was intended to do, which is to exploit everybody and to give the most to the fewest.
Yes, I agree with that.
Then it's succeeding, but it's failing in what it was supposed to be. And there was a challenge between Marxism, communism, and capitalism and utopia.
Capitalism works perfectly if it has guardrails that protect against moral hazard, which is greed.
Does it?
No, the guardrails have been removed.
Right. So does Marxism have guardrails?
There's no true Marxist country. Never has been. Probably never will be. Because it'll have the same problems. You'll get a greedy ass piece of shit that takes everything for himself. And that's why you always have to have those guardrails.
Is there a communist country that's
not in the the way that it was presented.
Right.
So we all realize that Marxism, capitalism, communism, none of them have actually really achieved what they were supposed to achieve.
Well, I would argue that capitalism has achieved what it's supposed to achieve. None of the other ones have because they've never been implemented the way that they should have been.
Okay, I agree with that. But capitalism, is it capitalism achieving the best for the 1% or the best for the 99%?
Well, it's achieving for the people that it benefits anyway. Like it's doing what it's meant to do, which is take your labor and make somebody else wealthy.
Which is the 1% or the 99%?
Right. And that's why the guardrails are necessary.
You haven't actually defined which one of them they are.
I mean, who do you think it is?
I think it's
Do I really need to say what's obvious?
No, I just wanted you to say it. It's 1%.
Well, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what color is the sky, Francis?
So what do we do?
No, I just want to hear you say it.
Yeah, no, obviously. It's the fucking 1% who controls everything. What do we do about it?
The sky is blue. The goddamn sky is blue.
What do we do about it?
We get Trump up there and he'll tell us that it's red, and MAGA will be like, no, you're talking about certain times of day. It's red. Sky's red.
Do we accept that? Do we accept that?
I'm sorry. No.
Oh boy. Okay.
Forgive me,
Sorry.
Paul. I'm being a shit
No,
ass.
no, that's okay. It's funny, but it's okay.
What's
Oh,
funny
Hey
shit.
about
everybody.
Oh,
Hey
thank you,
everybody.
Lonnie.
Yeah,
Oh,
hey, I'm
Rat.
gonna go ahead and drop out. I just, you guys answered some of the thoughts that I had. Good panel. Continue doing what you're doing. Stimulate the mind. It's important. Because that's the only way we can actually move ahead in our lives. But thank you very much for having me
Yeah, thanks,
on
Paul.
board. You okay? Have a
Yeah, I
good one.
appreciate it, man.
You betcha.
See
Bye.
ya. Now, earlier, Francis, because I think we all agree that the current system does not work. You know, earlier you had asked me what I thought about aliens. Do you remember that? But then kind of got
Yeah.
off track.
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe aliens exist.
Have you met any?
Well, as Donald Trump gets up there, there's no way that man is a Homo sapien.
Yeah, but he's not an alien.
I mean, I've never seen a human that talks out of his ass all the time, but he does it while wearing a diaper. It's pretty impressive.
Okay, so I'm going to be a bit out there, right? I think that there is a possibility that aliens came down to Earth around the Egyptian era, and interacted with people and said, "Hey, we want to be as what's the word for it? Simpatico with your dogs," but they had a problem with their translation box, and dogs turned out to sound like God.
Wait, what?
Think about it.
You down with DOG? Yeah, you know me.
And that's where we got God from.
A misinterpretation of dog?
Yep. This interpretation of the translation box.
Well, what's the etymology of dog? I can't look it up right now. Can somebody look up the etymology of dog? Because
Dogs have always been very important to human interaction. They've been close friends. They've done.
Are they godlike? Dogs?
What they're friend-like. They're part of enabling people to exist and survive and go forth.
So you believe aliens are possible, but not necessarily that you believe that they're real. Is that accurate?
Aliens are fucking possible. They might even.
Am I to understand that she said DOG? You said the etymology of DOG?
Yes, dog.
Okay, so from the AI overview, it's originating from the Old English docga, DOCGA, a rare term for powerful canine, possibly a mastiff. Like, that's what the AI overview is giving for it. So,
Okay, I only asked for etymology because dog being an English word that doesn't appear to have come from another language. So if they were to have presented themselves to Egyptians, the word for dog would not be dog. It would be whatever, the word for it was back in the day in that area. So anyway, I started the panel off. Lonnie, were you here at the beginning?
No, I don't think I was.
Yeah, so I started the panel off with the alien false flag, which is a theory that's been floating around for a while, because now we have this convergence of all of these scientists in NASA, in the Air Force, working with nuclear material that have either gone missing or have been unalived at the same time that the government is about to bust out with like alien.gov and release a bunch of stuff at the same time that we're now out of nowhere sending somebody to the moon. And so I don't know what that means, but I think it's something worthy of note, because I don't know, if they try to come out and say aliens are here, I just have to not believe them based on all of the stuff going on. Or I don't know. What would you say, Lonnie, if they came out and said they were real, and the people that were on Artemis, they're like, oh, we saw something out there and we got video of it? What would you think?
I honestly think it would be a distraction. It would definitely be a false flag. I think that it would, with this specific administration, I think it would be a way to obfuscate from responsibility for the bullshit that they're doing. But that's my thought process on it. I don't believe that there is any other life form anywhere else. I think our planet holds all the life form that there is. I think that
Really?
yeah, I do. I think that our planet is the only planet that holds life form, and I think that this leaving the planet and trying to go discover something else is all a distraction from what is really happening, and to continue to find other means to manipulate people into compliance with what is happening. Like, that is my honest opinion. Like, I think it's all just the big distraction. It's a false flag on the play. And because I have so many questions that I cannot get definitive answers on, because I'm still confused on how it is we made it to the moon once, but we haven't made it back again. And the technology that we had available when we made it there the first time has and should have advanced enough that we should have been making frequent flyer trips back and forth to the moon by now. Like, honestly.
Right.
So I believe that the
Do
whole
you think we landed on the moon, or do you think they made that up?
I think they made that up. I think we went out as far as we could possibly humanly go outside of the sphere, whatever section that is. So what is it? 65 miles, maybe 100 miles away from the Earth's surface, and was just up there flying around in circles, just playing. I'm not saying I don't believe in space, because I do believe there is space out there. I just don't believe that there's any other life form on any other planet that would be as close to human life form as we have on this planet. Now, there could be like foliage on other planets or something to that degree, but as something that breathes or something that has anonymous bodily autonomy like we do, like animals do, I don't think there's that. And so I think that's all we ever done was go out to the edge of the hemisphere as far as we can, and we spin a few laps around the earth, and then we come back. And I think that the moon landing was staged because it was televised on television, and I think television means to tell a vision. It's a propaganda tool. And so I don't believe we made it to the moon ever. I don't. I think we were they were in a Hollywood studio and they put all that together and tried to feed it to us. Like, that's my honest opinion.
Yeah, I got to say that, like, the amount of money they spent going to the moon when we'd already been there seems weird. And it just kind of came out of nowhere. You notice that? Isn't that weird? Just all of a sudden, it's like, oh, hey, we're flying to the moon and back. Like, I don't know. So I'm skeptical myself, but I can't say for sure. It's easy to fall down that rabbit hole, but I find it hard to believe that with as many planets as there are in universes and galaxies, etc., I think it's hard to believe that we're the only ones, you know? Now, whether they could reach us or not, now that's a different story, you know, the amount of time that it would take, but technology advances possibly could allow it. Or maybe it's time travel and it's us coming back, which, if true, means that we do survive all of this, right? I guess we'll see, because there's a theory about that as well. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up because I got 7 minutes till my 4-hour mark.
Real quick, before you do,
Sure.
I just wanted to say this to you, what you're saying, right? I just Googled moon landings and war, and I got moon landing the World War II connection. And so I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Every time we're in war, we go to the moon.
Yeah, is that what we're correlating here? Because I mean, it's sounding like it.
I mean,
But I
Vietnam,
don't know.
Korean War, Iraq and Afghanistan, they all happened without it. So, it's,
aliens too.
well, I mean, the alien thing, and let me play this video again before I jump off of here, just so everybody knows what the fuck I was talking about. Let me put it up here. It's pretty wild stuff, actually.
There's a story that caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech. He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William McCaslin, a retired Air Force general. He too is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance programs. He's been missing since February. And reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She has been missing since last summer. She worked at Los Alamos National Lab. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier, she went missing, so too did Anthony Chavez, also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer. He disappeared during a walk. No signs, no answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory. So, could they be connected? Or is this something else entirely?
Pretty crazy. All that stuff going on, and now we're about to get alien.gov, and we're going to the moon, and Donald Trump is still talking out of his anus.
Well, we know that this administration don't believe in science.
Well,
They're
that's
pushing
true.
Christianity, you know what I'm saying? So science debunks Christianity every time, because if it can't be recreated, that's the
Christianity debunks Christianity, if we're being real honest.
The narrative that they're spinning, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, the fact that that is definitely an odd thing, but we know, we said it yesterday, like with the CK case and the JFK case, you know what I mean? Like they do things and then they try to hide it or not claim that they know about it or whatever it is, you know?
Right.
So, and yeah, I think it's kind of odd that we're going to war and there's these people that are turning up unalived that were working in certain spaces, and now we have this Elon dealing with the space contracts
And Space
Yeah.
Force, the same
Yeah,
president where all
so-
this stuff is happening, he also come up with Space Force.
Yeah.
It's
so yeah,
maybe
there's
they
some
knew
things
something. And all those meteors and of course that could just be a matter of getting spread online and maybe it's normal, but I don't know, a lot of converging events I think it's worthy to take note of, and from what you
think
can
we have
take,
this problem.
I don't know.
I think real quick, we have this problem with saturation, right? They saturate us with so much information that we can't make our way through it all in enough
Right.
time to process it as people, as a generalized situation. You know what I mean? Because so much information is coming at us at once that we don't know how to decipher it. And I think that's part of the plan. That, you know what I mean?
Right.
To keep us unaware, like unable to focus on something and connect the dots and be able to bring two and two together so that they can continue to do what it is they do. Because this administration, I notice they'll do things they know they're not supposed to do until they're smacked on the hand and told not to do it. Well, guess what? The damage has already been started. The damage has already been, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like we're here now, so where do we go? Like we can't really go backwards. And I think that's part of the plan, to be real honest with you, is to keep us stressed out, overwhelmed, saturated with news, and then tell us what we saw, what we think. Like they told us we didn't see what we thought we saw. We don't know what we think we know. And I think they know
Right.
we know better, and they're still pushing this narrative of, that's why the whole fake news thing he started in his first campaign was prevalent to this whole thing. He needed to sow that doubt that what you're hearing on the news isn't true. He needed that so he can use that to his advantage. And I'll let you go on that note. But thanks for having me up and have a good day.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So let me read a couple of tweets before I go. I say tweets, but they're true social posts. Here we go. So this is Donald Trump 3 days ago. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil, which is... I mean, this guy's such a fucking idiot. And then this one was weird. This one was from today or yesterday. No. Bad and very boring singer Bruce Springsteen, who looks like a dried up prune who has suffered greatly from the work of a really bad plastic surgeon, has long had a horrible and incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. The guy is a total loser who spews hate against a president who won a landslide election, including the popular vote, all 7 swing states, and 86% of the counties across America. Under Sleepy Joe and the Dems, our country was dead. And now we have the hottest country by far anywhere in the world. MAGA should boycott his overpriced concerts, which suck. Save your hard-earned money. America is back. President Donald J. Trump. What the fuck? I didn't know that him and Bruce were beefing. I'm gonna have to look that up. I just saw that today. I thought it was funny. Anyway, with that, guys, I'll go ahead and wrap up. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. And we'll catch you guys in the next video. We'll see ya. Thanks, Francis. It's been a pleasure. And good luck with that guy.